Hello, everybody. We're here in the North American Strikers Academy right now on Demon Dies. We're going to be kicking off this series of Polar Cortex versus, I believe, the Flying Blobos. And as we get into it, we've got some awakenings here, right? The Stinger, incredibly strong here on this Vice, which I is piloting. But on the flip side, we've got Size, which is going to be good on all of these brawlers. Pensando is going to be playing his on this Finny right now, which I think is going to be interesting. A very big question mark that we have seen with Pensando, especially out of qualifiers, is can you take advantage of Pensando's character pool, right? We saw Weasel Abiz qualify for Nassau using that strategy where if he does not get the Now or the Juno, he's a little bit stuck. And we'll see if he'll be able to make use of this Finny coming into it, as even though it's an incredibly strong pick on the map, it is very abusable, especially if this X gets in the right position.
Yeah, most definitely. And the thing about Polar Cortex in particular is how they've been able to have a consistent offense in a lot of their games. They're usually very threatening. So that's where that X comes in. That's where that Vice comes in. They're usually very scary when they put up a united front. So if they can navigate this Flying Blobos, then they'll be in good shape. But that first goal, not very auspicious for them, but it's still just the first goal. We have to see if they can come back from that.
Yeah, good first point here for Polar Cortex. Part of that already, the damage ramping up. Something that even in set one, the side of the Flying Blobos are going to have to respect. And they're going to have to respect in general, right? These, we're at the end of, we're going to be in week number 3 right now, but we're reaching the end of kind of the end of the beginning for the North American Strikers League Season 6. And what you do not want to be right now is winless, which is currently what describes the Flying Blobos' position here in the North American Strikers Academy. If they do not get this win, which it isn't looking good right now, 2 goals in for Polar Cortex, it's going to be scary going into the rest of the regular season. Yeah, is essentially you got to find a win by week 3, or else your chances of making it to playoffs really plummet. You have to play essentially perfectly going in to the latter 2/3 of the regular season. But another thing on the list as well, right? Polar Cortex 1-1 right now, wants to, set their chances up. But 2-1 is an incredibly respectable position to have coming into week number 4, and they're looking to do it. So right now, I believe Dame Chaotic, I believe, or is it Zyre? I can't remember. I have the name off bug, so I believe one of them, whoever is piloting the X right now, has been doing a phenomenal job right now getting it through Pensando, which again is the big question mark of the series. Can Pensando perform on uncomfortable goalies? And so far the answer has been a no.
Yeah, that is very good on Firemanden's part to be able to get that opening and just make what was basically a clean shot there. But I do have to agree with you in that Polar Cortex in general, with Name Chaotic piloting that X, they have been largely in control so far for this set, and they have been racking up a lot of damage. You can see Zyre is already looking very low. Name Chaotic taking a little bit on their part as well, because, it's Juliet. She's not going to go quietly into that good night, but X is usually a monster, and it takes a concentrated effort like what you just saw there in order to get him to back off. So if Flying Blobos cannot handle that kind of output like that, then it's just going to get worse from here, especially when the Awakenings step in and they start scaling up.
100%. And after getting multiple KOs, the Fool and I are going, are going to be looking really good going to draft. They're going to be the ones with the MVP, and that means things like the heavy impacts, right, come to play. Things like cooldown, things like Stagger Deny are all things that are going to have a monumental amount of impact, especially on Demon Die, right? Very KO-centric map, especially before the barriers go down. So we'll see what can happen, as it is a very crucial set to win with so many potential question marks. It's right now a good big finish from Finny. From Pensando is going to get the clear forward. Almost able to snipe it away with a power cord, but does not find that final goal. The Fool able to get a comfortable clear top side, but now has to defend a little bit harder as the Juliet is there. Zyre here, which, by the way, it is Zyre. Oh! The Fool, actually, an amazing presence of mind, amazing awareness of where he can take that shot, snipes away, a goalie goal comes through, and sets over.
Yeah, very impressive, like on-the-spot realization from the Fool. Certainly no Fool making that kind of goal. Very nice angle to boot, and got a lot of things to be rewarded. I'm seeing like built different or Big Fish, either or honestly works for him. Most likely built different for that Rasmus, as well as Big Fish, probably for like the Juliet. I mean, Deadeye for the Vice as well. That's kind of like a scary overall setup, I feel, for Polar Cortex overall more than anything else. Yeah, specialized training on the X, scary, scary, scary. Though, not to say Flying Blobos got nothing, certainly not. Monumentalist, Fight or Flight, Big Fish, good shouts all around. Although, just with how they've been playing, I would still go for Cortex.
And one thing as well, I actually really dislike this one choice that Flying Blobos made, and that instead of going Fight or Flight on the now, it feels like Flying Blobos opted into taking the Monumentalist on the now, which denies it from their own Finny. Which, for those of you who are familiar with Finny on this map, Finny goalie incredibly strong, because if she gets that Monumentalist, especially against a Rasmus goalie of all things, there is a very, very little counterplay to that. So any offense formed by the Flying Blobos could have immediately been converted into something much more, but instead they're going to give that over to the now, which is something I don't think is going to be super worthwhile. The Fight or Flight just going to be as good, especially in those open maps. So I didn't like that choice from them, but they are the players down here. We'll see if it costs them, because as of right now, Pensando is playing up very aggressive, able to get those goalie barriers. And we now see an open now. Name Chaotic actually loses out on the flip and the strike ward to Zyre. Zyre putting that in for the Flying Blobos. So a good start here in the second set for Flying Blobos.
Yeah, very nice. Although I do agree with you in theory about Finny getting that Finny getting the Monumentalist. It feels as though everybody kind of just opted for general best in slot, and they were like, well, we all know Monu now is kind of like the thing, and Fight or Flight is just good in general, so better just give the Fight or Flight over to Finny, let now have Manu, and try and basically direct traffic on their part, as now is generally want to do. And hopefully that will allow them a lot more scoring opportunities. But that's only if this insane damage that's coming out does not prevent them from setting up.
Yeah, and I think Zyre is going on a tear right now. Got the Fool's recovery drone, got his flip, got the goal regardless. Near perfect positioning, even though the Fool had a very amazing death touch to get that core. Zyre is on a tear right now, got those goalie barriers early right now, which leads me to think that that seems to be the win condition for the Flying Blobos. If you could let Zyre play his game, make sure that this damage doesn't affect him too much, use that now to heal him up, there's a very potential chance that this Zyre can 1v3 this game. And that being said, though, both forwards of Flying Blob was already taking hefty punishment. No evade to Zyre's name. This is going to be a very dangerous situation. But as of right now, Zyre is playing phenomenally. Good big finish here by Pensando as well. Able to get that final goalie barrier. Zyre actually going to survive. It's going to be I taken out instead here on the flip side. Death touch not going to find. It's Mark. Zyre, this dash punch come through. Looks scary. Fool, though, narrowly winning that strike war, using the size to his advantage. Power Chord comes through, gets some damage here onto the now, but not much more than that. Now Zyre going to be staggered here, but he makes the strike. Gets a perfect pass setup here by Pensando, sends it where the Fool is least expecting it, and that's going to be Flying Blobos firing back with a 3-0 set.
Very impressive on what was initially looking like a bit of a struggling match, but they did get the awakenings that they wanted, and they figured out their game plan, which is just get the core to Zyre and let it rock. So if that, like, Finny got the MVP, but in my opinion, it was Zyre doing a lot of that work there. So by all means, if they can, then go for it. Although I am surprised that Zyre went for Spark of Leadership over Might of the Colossus.
Yeah, absolutely agreed on that. Already has the big fish from the previous set. Not to mention the Among Titans. It really could have been a breakaway pickup for this Juliet. Probably would have given him upwards of 40 power, if I remember correctly, 30 or 40 power. So Definitely interesting to see Zyre take that away. I guess he just wants to opt into an insurance plan here with the Spark. I'm not too sure if that'll actually pay off, but seems to be the plan nonetheless.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was looking at. I was trying to think about why they would go for that, and that's about what I would guess. You put it very nicely. I was thinking, well, maybe just gonna try and go for like a bit of a Spark build, and you know, try and like you said, ensure a bit of an insurance plan, share the wealth there. But whether that will, like you said, whether that insurance is gonna pay out or not, we'll see. I'm not super convinced, but that if you want to talk about Sparks, you did notice that that was the second draft, no Sparks on the field. So so thinking about that, I can kind of see that logic of, well, they're bound to show up sometime. So maybe that's their thought process.
Yeah, I can see that, especially because you're going to want to contest this X Vice scaling. The damage is ramping up very quickly, and any source of stagger, even if it is small from the Spark leadership, can pay off in dividends. But right now it's got to get to that point. The X here with the flip for Name Chaotic, not going to actually find it. A good dash actually found from Zyre, going to blow the Fool's flip here. So right now, though, the X Maximus comes through. Flip has to be used defensively. Super duper unfortunate. The Finny going to walk away. Only one punch taken. The flip now through from Zyre. Bit of a Kaz angle, but seems like the Now there is able to finish it for the Flying Blobos. The good Now mine comes through, and Fire Madden's able to sink in that goal.
Yeah, that one was a bit, let's call it a bit haphazard, but they did manage to come through. They did manage to make it work. Fire Madden in the right place, right time, and a good mine allowed them to get that point there. And you can see there is a bit more control and a bit more damage happening on the side of the Flying Blobos. I think ever since they did figure out that idea of, you know, try and feed it to Zyre and let Zyre do Zyre things on that Juliet, they feel a lot more confident. They look a lot more confident, and they're able to basically give a lot more of a challenge to these midfield struggles, these midfield scrambles.
Zyre is absolutely cooking right now, and he's going to be looking to carry this momentum. He's been able to win against the Fool in so many interactions, which Fool, a very storied goalie, once under the name of Zoro, right? But just incredible play coming out from the brawler of the Flying Blobos, and because of that, they're on their march here to victory. Potential final point of the set coming through as they're going to go down on the defense. Going to be knocked out of the map, which feels like for the millionth time. As again, the Now gonna walk and sniff the core, only to take 8 more billion damage off of that, as the Fool now finds himself with possession of the core. Gonna be coming back up. The power cord sends it through, only gets a little bit of damage. That's good striking here from the Juliet. Both barriers are now gonna be down. It's gonna be up to Name Chaotic to sink this one in if he get his hands on the core, but that story may never come to pass. He's gonna be sent back to his only goal net. He loses his recovery drone. Dash punch comes through. Good evade though to catch out that flip from the Juliet from Zyre here. Now has possession of the core. The X-Maxes come through. Actually gets stopped by the big finish. The Fool now going to be forced to play defensively here. A good death touch prevents the Juliet from getting anything set up. Struck Roar 1 though by Zyre gets sent down. Pendulum Swing is going to be there though, as Zyre once again finds possession of the core. They're now not going to be sent off the map with the Supernova. Name Chaotic desperately trying to get possession of the core, not going to find it. Gets a pass from A though. This may be it. No, the Bull Rush could be denied here by the Fini card. As again, the Now Mine comes through, pitches the core backwards. The Fool trying to play a little bit more aggressive to get this core forward to help his forwards, but it's not going to pay off just quite yet. Pensando has the flip, has the tools to work with. Big Finish going to come again in just a second. The flip's going to be there. Name Chaotic not going to find the strike that he wants to get touched by the Fool though. Keeps Zyre from getting the strike that he wants. Dash punch comes through. Dribble comes through. Going to be interrupted by A. Now overtime is here and waiting. Name Chaotic potentially with a flip. The big finish is there. It's just not getting to Name Chaotic, and he needs to get it fast or else he's going to lose it. And yes, that he does. He's going to be sent off the map with a Bull Rush at the perfect time. Gets enough opportunities. Sends it in. Had to play so defensively, so scared of the damage that the Flying Blobos were able to pull out, but that is a point on the board for Polar Vortex.
And for that core, had some trouble getting beyond the midfield, and when it did, it was very quickly kicked out on both sides, just like how both sides looked like they were about to lose both their goal barriers here. But they did manage to pull that through, did Polar Cortex. But you can see that Flying Blobos are very aware that Name Chaotic getting the core, no bueno. They do not want that to happen. And beautiful interaction from Zyre to take the set. Went one-on-one with the Fool, managed to knock it through, beat what seemed to be like a little bit of a strike war there, and they are getting rewarded for it. I am seeing a spark of strength on the board, and you know they don't want that, but there's too much, I think, for that Rasmus to really go for denying it.
And even though the bulk up would have liked to have gone to that Juliet, actually doesn't take the Spark of Dreams, goes for a prize fighter instead. I think that's a little bit of curious pickup. I mean, even though there only is 2 sparks and your other spark is Spark of Leadership, right? A little bit weak. I think it is a bit weird to pass up on it. Instead, the X going to be the one to get it, and bringing him up to a whopping 160 power, only narrowly outmatching the Fool's power, which is 159 himself. This is a lot of damage potentially coming through all of a sudden for the side of Polar Cortex. That being said, the AA feels like he's been in this familiar position all too much here on Demon Dice. Despite being the Vice, the damage is just going on to him all the time.
Yeah, for sure. It's been some curious draft picks, I will say that. But it's basically on them on how to adapt, and you can see Name Chaotic trying to push through. Zyre already was looking like a little bit low there, and I am kind of a little bit baffled as to why they didn't just deny the spark and go for like the spark of strength there. It seemed like I get the prize fighter pick. It just seemed like it would have been a better overall choice for them.
Yeah. I guess Zyre looking to kind of find a win condition, really saying like, hey, I'm going to pop off with these KOs now. If that happens, it's a game, so I'm not going to need Spark anyways, but that is not what's happening right now, right? Right now, he's actually the one, right? Zyre is the one that's going to have his recovery drone popped, and that's going to be a little scary. As a good dribble from Name Chaotic, right idea, I think, to take the flip here, try to bait it out, but as of right now, we're in overtime. This is going to be a hot shot for me, and the core speed is going to be a little bit scary here. Not to mention the team player on A as well here. The Supernova comes through, almost takes out Zyre with just takes the hit. But as of right now, Name Chaotic here with the X Maximus gets the strike and sends it too fast, I think, for the hit stun recovery to account for. 1 point here for Name Chaotic.
Yeah, no, I feel like giving away that strength was kind of a rough play. And the reason I say that is just because the strength is absolute. The strength is you just have it. But Prize Fighter is if. Prize Fighter is an if. And in general, you always want to go for sure things, consistent and persistent over ifs, if possible. So, I don't know about that, but moving on from that, you can see that Zyre is kind of feeling the heat from that, looking very low again, and nearly gets the KO, but it's not Zyre that dies. Never mind!
Yeah, that is the spec training. The flip comes through from Finny. This is a 0-stack Juliet. No, the Fool. Unfortunately, the Whiplash relied a little bit too much on it. The card almost scores it, but sound barriers are there to save the day. That being said, it's not out of the woods yet for the Flying Blobos, as they have to actually score this goal for that defense to mean anything. The triple take going to come through. X now trying to find possession of the core. The Bull Rush actually going to come through and be denied by the Sentry here. Overtime coming through. Whiplash sends the core flying away. The Supernova going to deny a lot of space, but the core actually finds its way past it. Zyre now with the opportunity to strike comes through, but just enough move speed from the Fool. Flip comes through as well. Name Chaotic finds the strike out. Dash punch a little bit scary, but got to be cleared away. Now it needs to just get in the hands of this flip. The straight shot's going to be found, but no, Zyre denied the opportunity. This Rasmus a little bit big. Flip comes through, sent into the bottom side of the net. Name Chaotic going on a tear in his own right. Finds 2 points so far this set and looking to make a comeback for Polar Cortex.
Beautiful setup there. Just got the flip, forced the 50-50, and Gonzalo just guessed a little too slow. So good on Name Chaotic for being able to fight through that and being able to push there. And you can see that they do have a bit of a idea for like their defense. In particular, I do want to mention like the Fool, who has been having some great positioning and some great usage of the hook, the death touch, because a lot of the time, a lot of people like to try and use Rasmus's death touch for just kind of like redirecting the core or playing as kind of like a redirection mine for the core or somehow. But the Fool hasn't been doing that, although, you know, like not so much of a great situation there. Zyre managing to get the better of that. Just to finish the thought, the Fool has been doing a lot of pulling Zyre or whoever gets close to him out of position to get the core so that they can get it, which is great awareness and great heads-up play. But they do need to make it, you know, work out. They do need to get these goals and not have their forwards die.
Yeah, absolutely agreed, and that's going to be a bit rough because that's a prize fighter back on the Juliet, a very important 23 hours. So bring up the Juliet to the 141, but that being said, Supernova comes down immediately, followed by Whiplash, and again, Zyre is going to be forced to play defensively. The Pendulum Swing, actually, or sorry, the Death Touch actually going to be there. Doesn't say his Eye's Life, but yeah, doesn't even deny the stack either, actually. So that being said, Named Chaotic able to find 1 KO, bringing it back to 1 stack, 9 seconds here for the revive of Zyre. A going to find his way back. Now the power cord comes through, able to intercept that clear. The big finish is going to be there, though, but it's going to be cleared out with the help of Fire Madden. Dash Punch come through, takes away Named Chaotic's recovery drone. Overtime is now in effect. The Supernova comes through. Pendulum Swing just to potentially give it forward, but now Pensando going to be spending some crucial time here in the death box. The dribble's there, but the Kaz angle comes through. An amazing Demon angle coming through. Almost it, and a good heads-up dash punch, but it's going to be defended away by the Fool. Now Flip comes through for the Fool, and Pensando, an excellent sentry drone, ramps the pressure up. The strike found by Named Chaotic. Amazing shot, actually, into the top side of the net, winning the strike war against Pensando. And that's going to be the set. Named Chaotic earning himself the MVP. We'll see what Draft has here.
Immediately seeing like Spark of Agility. It's a little bit late to go for like full sparks, but 1-2 punch and Ad Rush also very good options. Goes for the Spark of Agility, not too surprising there. And really, just the way that Polar Cortex has been playing, this was a scary, scary draft because this is a lot of stuff that Polar Cortex likes and wants.
Yeah, absolutely agreed, actually. And the big thing that I'm looking at coming into this final set is that adrenaline rush, especially on Demon Dies, no matter who you are. If you are a character that can do damage, Finny is most certainly capable of doing damage. That is going to be very scary. That not only can snowball into more prize fighter stacks, right, but he can outright win the game with the movement speed that it provides. So if that actually ends up coming to pass, that is a full win condition. But as of right now, Pensando is going to be the one actually taken out. Very low stagger for this Juliet as well. The core speed actually a little scary, almost ends that point right away. Now the Flame Flurry comes through. No dash to work with, no dodge to work with, no evade, no health, no food, no shelter. As the dash doesn't find the KO, but the Adrenaline Rush is now procced, as well as a prize fighter stack for the Juliet. 164 power here to Zyre's name. They're not able to find this final point. The dash punch is there. No, actually the flip comes through from good striking from Zyre, but now Supernova is here and going to actually send Pensando into another KO grave. Flame Flurry comes through overtimes here. The dash comes through, sends the core away. Pensando has the flip, sends it over to Zyre, but it's going to be immediately intercepted by I, the team player. So scary in this situation. The pass back to the Fool just to ramp up the play. The Sentry Drone not able to find it either. As the the Bell Ringer is what actually sends it right in. Named Chaotic finds one opportunity serendipitously and puts it in. 1 point for Polar Cortex.
Yeah, that core speed is getting way out of control, and I have to say that Polar Cortex, they definitely have all the tools they need to win this. So do Flying Blobos, if I'm being real with you. But it seems like Polar Cortex does kind of have a bit more conscious control over what they're trying to do now. I think that spark scaling helped them. I think that 1-2 punch helped. Just there's a lot of damage being thrown around on both sides. But you can see that who's making kind of like the most of it better. It does tend to be Polar Cortex, though. Eye is looking like very low. Has to like leave for a little bit in order to get some health back. So we need to see if Flying Blobos can kind of like survive this onslaught, or if this is the dagger.
My eyes right now are on Zaire, fully stacked, 2 prize fighters to his name. You are not going to get much stronger here as a Juliet with 2 sides, 164 power. You have to find an opportunity right now. But right now, the Fool making sure it doesn't even get to that point, playing so far forward and using the advantage of Erasmus's range to make sure that this Juliet does not get the core. Flip comes through, going to be defended away though by Pensando and, Fire Madden. Zaire now finds possession of the core, immediately taken away. Just Zaire cannot find a clean opportunity to find a good 1v1 against the Fool, and it is costing the Flying Blobos dearly, but finally he gets it. The dash comes through for Zaire, takes it through, and the Patience War goes the way of the Brawler. Going to be an even up set here.
This is going to be a struggle, I feel like, for each and every point, unless somebody gets like a massive, massive breakaway. Not just like your usual, okay, I got a one-on-one, I got to play here, because both teams are very capable defensively. Although, as I say that, Flip, like, Flame Flurry, Flip, and they're making a liar out of me, because that was the quickest point I believe we've had in this entire match so far.
Yeah, I agreed. No counterplay as well, notably, right? No evade from the Fool in that situation. A quick double barrier is potentially curtains for either team. As, wow, the core barely missing out on the barrier there, but what's not being missed right now is Eyes. He takes a million abilities to his face. Zaire wins 1 strike war against the Fool, but Eyes gonna actually have to teleport away. Good heads up to avoid that dash punches. That could have been curtains for the entire game. Supernova comes through, doesn't take out Zaire, but just barely keeps him alive. Named Chaotic with a flip, one more opportunity to defend, not gonna get it though, but now it's gonna be a midfielder traded for another midfielder. Zaire here needs to win this situation. Doesn't get the opportunity to do so though. The punch comes through, Named Chaotic though, strikes it right to Pensando, doesn't hit that final goalie barrier. And this Juliet needs to stay alive. If you lose that stack, it's going to be a game over, but the goalie barrier is down. An opportunity here for the Flying Blobos to end this comeback here from Polar Cortex. Though Zaire with a Flame Flurry comes through, doesn't find possession of the core though, and that means that the Fool has a flip to work with, sends it up forward now. Named Chaotic gonna lose his recovery drone in this situation. The big finish gonna send the core at Mach 18, but Named Chaotic finds the strike. We're gonna be dash punch for his troubles though. Now it's a power play. A needs to survive this situation. He needs to be able to play and help his goalie now, but Juliet is able to find the core, gets the pass from Pensando, and Flying Blobos end the game here in set number 5.
Very impressive hold by Flying Blobos, very impressive win by Flying Blobos, simply because they actually managed to hold on. There was a lot of offense coming their way, so they dealt it back, honestly, in good faith and good fashion, and they did manage to keep up with the damage race. If you will see here, like a little bit south, I would say, of Polar Cortex, but they made it count in other areas as well. If you take a look at like the redirects, if you take a look even like, obviously at the KOs, the numbers tell a strange story, but it is one that does end up favoring the Flying Blobos, because it doesn't matter how often you do a thing, just how effectively you do it.
Speaking of just effective play, Zaire, absolute monster. I think both of us were going on and on about it throughout the game, but 9+1 is a performance that you can ignore. I think, in my books, the MVP of that game, but we'll see if Zaire has the opportunity to be the MVP of the series, because we still have a second game. Now, Flying Blobos leading 1-0, going to be looking to close it out, but obviously the Polar Cortex going to be hot on their heels. That was a set 5, 28-minute game to start off, so I'm going to hunker in here for game number 2. And we are back here. Game number 2, following an incredibly close game number 1 that favored the Flying Blobos. Fire Madden here going to be on the Era, which is something I'm going to be looking at. I think a lot of question marks about how strong she is actually after the micro patch nerfs. Something that I think has been seeing some bans in the North American Strikers League even after the micro patch nerfs. So see if it actually does end up showing up. This is a cast to last start, and already we're seeing a lot of action coming out. It's going to be Zyre scoring the point here. With the slick kicks, Julie actually going to be taking that instead of the traditional magnetized souls. Pensando back on the now pick that he's been known with alongside that Juno, and likely very much because the Fool ended up picking the Finny here this time, and we'll see how this goalie off is going to happen. I think that both goalies are going to want to play very aggressive in this situation, and whichever goalie can kind of play that midfield role better, I think that that'll enable either the Rune or the Era to really strut their stuff. And it's a bit of an explosive start here as we've got a bit of a trade.
Yeah, like, yeah, it'll be an interesting duel to show their stuff, but that's if, you know, people survive. And this is already looking like a very fast and fierce battle. Name Chaotic nearly getting taken off the map by Zyre almost immediately. So yeah, and considering this is only like the first set, we can expect a whole lot more of that. And weirdly, Pensando maybe expecting a bit of a curve from that flipped shot and not getting it, went down and just watched the course sail by. Like that had to be what I was guessing.
Saw some Rasmus hypnosis emotes come through. A bit of a mind controller, I'd say, a mind controller shot. But going into this, no evade coming out. It's actually a big energy advantage for the side of Polar Vortex. Juliet, right? Zyre, I believe again, is going to be having this flip and any aggressive play. Alexa actually use it, but gets the barrier nonetheless against the Fool. Good strike actually comes through as well. Sinks it in straight. And honestly, hey, 2 strikes is all it takes sometimes. Zyre is looking to continue that momentum, getting in number 1.
Yeah, just very nice on their part for Flying Blobos to be able to pull that off. Just Zyre still very much knowing exactly what they want to do, and the matter here is just Flying Blobos just need to get it to them to execute it. Meanwhile, on the other hand, you have Polar Vortex that are trying a little something different. Feels like the Fool definitely knows what they're doing on that Finny, but it's still a bit of an adjustment period for them, although Name Chaotic in particular is very, very scary on that Rasmus. I mean, it's Rasmus, so that's kind of like whoever, but it's just impressive how they've been managing to control this character so far.
Good passing plays right now. Name Chaotic doing ensure that that final barrier goes down with the flip, but that leaves him in a very precarious situation. Gonna go for the score here. May actually have to cost him his life, but no. You don't die if you score the point. It's the best regeneration tool in the game. We're gonna have a completely even 0.5 here coming out in set number 1. It really looks like both of these teams are locked in and do not want to give an inch.
Yeah, they both have their game plans kind of figured out already. At the very least, that's what it seems to me. So right now, it's just who can execute their game plan better without letting the opponent execute theirs. And that sounds simple, that sounds basic, but it's much harder to enact in practice than it may seem at first blush. Very nice intercept for the barrier take from the side of Polar Vortex, and very nice quick strike war win as the attempted clear from Pensando down the farm mat and just gets told no. Name Chaotic takes it, knocks it in, and that is the set for Polar Vortex.
So perfect strikes could lead us in a draft. I'm looking at the 1-2 punch, which, unless the Finny chooses to deny it, I don't think she is going to be a big spike here for Zyre. But I'm also looking at prime time. Cast to last prime time can make your life miserable. And yeah, with Name Chaotic is like, I don't want to deal with that. I don't have anything good here anyways, maybe outside of the explosive entrance. I do not care. I'm going to take it up. On the flip side, Extra Special, which I think is in an interesting spot for Era Awakening Discourse. I think there are a split of eras that would have taken Monumentalist right there, right? Not only does it deny the now, but it really enables Era's Special to be an ability, right, like a real full ability. And there are those who would take the Extra Special because Era has an incredibly low cooldown on her Special, right? I believe it's something like 18 seconds. And that makes it a lower primary, her special, well now with Extra Special, has a lower cooldown than some secondaries in the game. So that basically gives Era, her special, a secondary low cooldown, which even though, right, not the best special in the game by any means, can create a lot of pressure in its own right, and it just takes one good catch, really. Right, you're going fishing whenever you send out this NATO, and if you make a good catch, you can immediately follow up on that, right? Zyre could find the dash punch, and that's a KO confirmed, right? That's a power play, so... I think there are two schools of thought that come to it. I'm not quite sure which of it are both that can only lead you down the decision-making between it, but as of right now, the only decision to be made is Zyre thinking about his life choices as he sits in the KO box.
Yeah, it's definitely a matter for... almost up to personal choice. Kind of depends on your playstyle. Do you want to provide like a lot more pressure with eras kind of like Tornado, or would you prefer like having bigger shots and basically having it make a more impact? It's basically quality versus quantity almost. But meanwhile, Name Chaotic not really caring about any of that. Again, a very nice intercept with a pass between these two for flying Blabos, and they do get that tying shot. So it definitely seems like they want to kind of like keep this even this whole game, because they've been operating very well and a bit differently than the first game. They seem to have definitely found like an idea of what they want to do here. So it's going to be up to Flying Blabos to try and retaliate. Try and retaliate and do something with this. And that could have been an opportunity right there if they had managed to knock it out of that big finish. But instead, they have to deal with this power play. So we need to see if they can survive it. No, they not quite can. And now their goal is open as well, and it's threatening.
Absolutely. Named Chaotic, this Rasmus has been popping up so far, but it's going to be A to sink it in. Wins that strike war against Fire Madden Mono A Mono. Now, an advantage here, a big advantage, right? 1 point away from starting with a 2-0 lead here in game number 2. Absolutely to steal some of that momentum that they lost after game number 1. We'll see, though, as right now it's going to be Fire Madden and Zyre here on the offense. Wow, I'm forgetting the name of Era Primary. But whatever the primary coming through, not going to hit too much. It's the what?
The Witching Beam.
The Witching Beam, yes, you're so correct.
So that is definitely going to provide a little bit of help, just a little bit of core control, but any bit helps. It's the size that matters in this case for the characters, and any kind of like reduction on that, especially on someone who likes size like that Rasmus, is going to be much appreciated, as they, while like Flip does get the barrier and they do barely manage to save that from going out, they do get a life taken from them in exchange, though. So once again, a power play, and I have to say that Polar Cortex has been doing very good on getting these power plays to happen. It's just a matter of kind of connecting on these shots, on these passing plays, to kind of guarantee and make something happen of them. So very nice on them to be able to get that dribble in, knock it straight into the top corner. Name Chaotic has been on a bit of a tear lately. And again, Finny with the MVP, the Fool, taking that, which honestly, I don't know if I even agree with that. It felt to me like Name Chaotic was doing most of the work for that one. But hey, game says what it says. Finny gets Glass Cannon, and I'm seeing Big Fish, Heavy Impact, Fight or Flight, Spec Training on there as well for anybody who wants it. Some very dangerous awakenings coming down.
Yeah, absolutely agreeing with Zyre picking up that spark up, just saying, hey, we're going to be MVP every single time. We're going to have first pick in draft, right? And if I get that, then I could get my guaranteed sparks. That being said, it's an incredibly big if. This is 2 size awakenings on Name Chaotic, and it's going to be hard. Pensando has already been losing some of the interactions to Name Chaotic, and it's only going to be harder, right? That pendulum swing going to be covering, half your goal arc. And so only time will tell if that ends up being the good, correct pick. But looking at it right now, though, I think the biggest one, honestly, is going to be the Fools pick up a glass cannon. Look how fast this Fini is, just hop, skip, jump, all over the place. As gonna have all the movement speed to do whatever he wants, right? Not to mention Among Titans too, how could I forget, right? This is gonna be a 600 move speed Fini basically at all times.
Yeah, just a very impressive move speed, as well as just being able to cover that sole remaining, like bow barrier. It's very impressive. You can see those tornadoes are constantly going out from that arrow just to try and cover a little bit more area and make sure that that core has a little bit of backing to it whenever they try and make it hit that barrier. But it does seem like Flying Bobos are aware of what they need to do to keep this core under control. They've been showing some excellent defense, and it's going to be a long trial to try and get it past like this kind of defense for Polar Vortex, really.
Yeah, look at this movement speed again, right? 558 base before any momentum boots rocks. That being said, an amazing shot off the flip from Fire Madden is going to open up the goal for both teams. Big Finish interrupts the dribble dash punch, but the NATO's there. The Vanish comes through, though. Unfortunate for Zaire, and it's going to be named Chaotic's opportunity. No, it's actually sent back, and I think that was an own goal off the pendulum swing from Name Chaotic. Low key. Makes sense. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think what seemed to happen there is that it red cored off the pillar, and it looked to me like Zaire barely touched it. Like managed to just throw out a strike, maybe even redirect it from the pillar, but just wasn't quite in time to stop it from hitting the pillar, but was in time to stop it from bouncing back off the pillar towards him and just got the shot.
I see. All right, well, regardless of what happened, it did seem like Flying Bobos got the point, and they're going to need all the points that they could get, because as of right now, it is not looking super duper close. A 2-0 lead for the side of Polar Vortex here in this situation. Zaire just fighting for his life, no stagger to work with. That means that, unless this good NATO from Fireman is going to be taken advantage of, the Forge opting to walk away from the damage instead, just scoring it in his own right. Well, that sucks. It feels like Julia really is going to struggle to get any position to core, because any time the core's going to come to him, that Finny's going to be there first.
Yeah, and even then, you can see like there's just a lot of coverage from the other two, from that rune, just throwing out pillars everywhere, and with Name Chaotic still doing an excellent job of redirecting the core and keeping coverage over everywhere. It's just, it takes almost like a miracle for them to get anything off of any kind of like offensive push. Although there have been some mild moments, but it's just so hard to take advantage of them.
That makes sense. Zaire is doing an excellent job of converting when he needs to. There, does it again, and it really felt like he took that entire point with just 2 opportunities.
Yeah.
So Zaire not wanting to be outdone by Name Chaotic, who's had an amazing game in his own right. He fires back, and that means that sets you up for MVP coming this draft, and you're the one that picks Spark. You're going to be the one that's probably able to get it unless you roll incredibly unlucky. So we'll see if that does end up happening, because whether or not you make it to that next draft, still a big if, right? Both barriers going to be down for your team. Fire Madden and Zaire, though, looking to answer this. The Rune Pillar, a little bit annoying, not to mention all the abilities flying the way of Zaire. Now the flip for Name Chaotic is here. Vanish comes through, but Zaire is going to be able to walk that off. Flip does come through, but the Firewall Sentry is actually going to block it. Flip comes through. Oh my gosh, I don't know where the core is going, but it was defended away here by Pensando and crew. Flip now comes through for Zaire. A little bit too fast to mix up here with that shot. Now Pensando looking to keep the core forward, but that means he's only going to have the Sentry drone for defense, and that's all Pensando needs right now. Butterfly comes through, sends Zaire forward, able to take advantage of that. One advantage is all he needs. Zaire now potentially uses the punch there. Flame Flurry might be coming up in just a second, but he needs the core one more time, not to mention Fire Madden's own Flip, who unfortunately has to use it defensively. Strike War winning, going the way of Name Chaotic, but now the core speed in overtime is a little bit scary to contest with. A sending the pillar forward. Sentry Drone going to knock away Name Chaotic before he has the opportunity to score. Pensando, a critical Strike War win here in the triple take, not able to keep the core away. Juliet now one more opportunity. Zaire We've been proving so deadly with the opportunities. Pillar sends the core backwards. The dash punch doesn't find what Zyre wants. The big finish comes through, delays this offensive play, allows A to get core control again. The pillar comes through. Pensando had to guess where it'd go, and unfortunately he guessed wrong. Now we are at a critical game or set point for either side here.
Yeah. They really need this one. Do Flying Blobos to not go this into a tie. But that first barrier is already taken down. You can see that they are pushing up our Polar Vortex. They want this one done and dusted with. One barrier of theirs gets taken, however, Pillar comes out. It's just a very scary situation for both sides, more though for Flying Blobos, and they are trying to push hard, and it seems like they are very aware of what the goal here is as they try everything. They are launching everything to try and get that second pillar down, to try and get that gold barrier.
Yeah, and Pendulum swing from Nimcow to get called out by the Sentry. John, the flips here is going to work with. He has to strike correctly, and Pensando doesn't. Unfortunately, strikes early, and that allows Nimcow to sink it in safely. 3-0 answer here in game number 2. We're going to be going to a game number 3.
Just a very nice game, all in all. A very nice comeback for Polar Vortex. They realized what they needed to do to fix themselves up and get that game under control. They look almost like a completely different team out there, and if they can keep this going up into the last game here, then they will be sitting pretty. Well, pretty-ish.
Yeah, and it's nothing quite like the feeling of being advantaged in game number 3, especially when the nerves start to kick in. We'll see if either team will be able to keep it cool, though, as we wrap up this series in the next game. Stay tuned. Game number 3 is here. Flying Blobos, who are so far this season winless, looking to end their first third of the season with at least something under their belts. And on the flip side, we have got Polar Vortex currently sitting 1-1, does not want to end their start of the season negative, as either position is going to be precarious should they lose their game. And we're going to Taiko Temple. Interestingly, this is a Taiko Temple, and neither team opting in to the melee goalies. We did see an Asher Band coming out from Flying Blobos, but the Atlas is still there, the Dubu's still there. So this is a choice that the Fool has made for himself. And on the flip side, the Polar Vortex finally deciding to respect ban. That Juliet from Zyre has been a thorn in their side this entire series, and looking to throw Zyre off his game coming in to this final final match, I'd say. So we'll see which one ends up happening. One thing to think about as well is Juno picked away, gonna go onto I, incredibly strong. But this Fight or Flight Monumentalist start as well is something that's gonna be a bit dangerous. Monumentalist picked up by Pensando and no one else. We'll see how this game shakes up, but both teams are incredibly hungry for this win.
Yeah, they are going to be moving rather fast just because of that fight or flight, so expect a lot of interceptions that normally wouldn't happen, especially once the awakenings start getting picked up. You know they're going to want to kind of like either build on that or just take advantage of what they have otherwise. And I can expect that, you know, you're in the bounce house, it's always going to be a little bit more chaotic than normal. Basically like that, got hooked straight into the center drum and then kicked out back to their own goal. So expect a lot more of that, and expect this team to try and push their numbers advantage.
Right now we're seeing a lot of KOs, a lot of flips being traded right now. The Fool, good proactive use of the card, but he's still got a goal to defend right now. Fireman looking to maybe get it. Game Goddic finds a KO now. Looking to convert here on the power play. It's going to be found here by I think Zyre, an unfortunate whiplash. It's going to be the thing that caused it. Regardless, it's probably going to go the way of Polar Vortex regardless. Now Fireman in backup though has this Estelle, this Rasmus Estelle combo, obviously going to be incredibly dangerous for this Fanny to deal with. Should they get the opportunity, and they might just get that right now. The piercing shot comes through, Fool able to clear topside. Clear by I, a little dangerous, but mitigated by some good strike positioning. Now full comes through for Name Chaotic, the full possession of core, big finishes there as well. Almost an own goal, but the strike reset saves him. The card comes through. Good defense coming out to start the game here. We'll see though if it means anything right now. Name Chaotic barely missing out on the goal here, but it eventually goes in. Gonna be I with the Juno, or sorry, A. I always mix those two up. With the Juno here, looking to even it up.
So that very nice start from both of them. Good on A to be able to like get those slimes out and get them in a good position to be able to like intercept and allow for a bit more sustained offense, especially in a map like this. That's going to be very critical. And somehow that barrier does not fall. Incredible. And honestly, good defense right back from Pesando. So you can already see like the defense is out here for this game. So wild stuff coming out there. Name Chaotic definitely trying to make something happen. He is not Mary Poppins, but he is trying to make some magic. And otherwise, it is this incredible defense from A in the full that's backing them up. So they need to find a way through that. Do this team, and if they can't, then there's going to be a bit of a trouble for Blobbles.
Absolutely agreed. A, unfortunately, going to be taken out. And Chaotic with his flip, though, that's going to be really dangerous. Can opt to get a flip-for-flip trade pretty much at any point here in the overtime, especially, right, those Game 3 nerves have to be kicking in, as this is potentially a season-defining series that you've got ahead of you. A, sending the core forward past Fighter Madden. Name Chaotic finds a KO out of nowhere. I have genuinely no idea what caused that. What? Name Chaotic with a goal as well. What was that? That was an amazing play. I didn't even notice it. I'm watching the game.
That was Name Chaotic. I could have sworn that was A getting a blob in their face, although I may have been tripping myself. So it's just a testament to like what the kind of magic that these teams are pulling out here in order to make sure that their records start and maintain like a little more positive than they are at this moment. You know Flying Blobbles definitely wants this, but you also know Polar Cortex is not going to be funning around with what they have to prove here.
Absolutely. I think as of right now, we've been watching the Brawlers pretty much this entire series. Both of them had absolutely stellar performances, and that's just going to be looking to continue. Zyre potentially looking for a hero play, but it's Name Chaotic with the dribble. The dribble take keeps the core forward. Name Chaotic tries to pass it up to the midfielder, not able to though. That's a bit of a slow play, comes out to end the power play, but Name Chaotic wins the strike war. Sends it in the first set. Goes the way of Polar Cortex. Name Chaotic, absolutely amazing play. It is going to be the Fool though with MVP.
Yeah, that is just one that's weird. I still think that Name Chaotic would have had the MVP, but in general, just that was a tough situation for Pesando to be in. You had that Juno up there ready and waiting, and you had a Kazan below that. Both of them very capable of intercepting any clears like by themselves. So that was just it was just a very, very frightening situation. I don't blame them. And you can see that already that Juno is starting to spark up, although I am also definitely looking at Pesando with that extra special, definitely going to help in keeping the team like a little bit more coherent and cohesive. And Fire Madden actually with those aerials that are going to make things just that's going to make them in general like a lot more dangerous, really.
I think personally, in my own evaluation, it really feels like Fool getting bulk up, right? Probably the best standalone awakening in the game. I getting a one spark, the only spark to show so far, setting himself up for scaling. And not to mention the Name Chaotic with the primetime Kazan against the range goalie. It's going to be so hard to deny him some of these offensive plays. So Polar Cortex looking phenomenal coming into this second set. Things are really looking on the up and up for them. And if this continues, Zyre is going to have to make some miracle plays in order to even up the game. Does have the tools for that, right? Did get the side, but as of Name Chaotic finds the KO, sends it down. Pesando not ready for that strike. and that is going to be another point for Polar Cortex. They're on a roll. They're looking to steamroll their way. They're aiming to close out the series with a stomp, and they are hungry for their second win in the North American Strikers Academy. A double barrier found by the Fools, and things are just looking on the up and up. Named Chaotic, actually credited with the goal. It feels like they're just firing on all cylinders. That was a 7-second goal.
Yeah, that was crazy. Like, I doing it very good. Named Chaotic basically shaking Pasando out of their shoes and just prove it that with that, like you kind of said, with that prime time, they are a terrible, terrible force to be reckoned with. Like, do not catch them in the ones. They will, like, just style all over you, it seems like, at this point in time. So they need to find an answer to that, whether it's just, like, quick goals in return or trying to take them out or something, because that is a very scary Kazan.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the scary Kazan wasn't able to find the KO. Even if he did, it would just be the recovery on the triple take, almost leading to an own goal, but the Fool able to find a back line clear. The Rose Warp doesn't come through. Zyra able to find the pull, though. Named Chaotic finds a pull of his own, gets this flip out from Pensando. Pass goes down to Fireman, but now it's power play in favor of Polar Cortex. Pensando looking to defend here in the situation. The card comes through. The Fool has Flip to play with, but as we enter overtime, this could be a deadly amount of core speed. Oh no, a little bit is lag, it seems, from Zyra. Unfortunately, gives it up, but the piercing shot from Fireman and maybe looking to end it here. Still has Flip to work with. The Death Touch doesn't find the value that Zyra wants. Flip comes through, waits out all the tools that Pensando has, and Named Chaotic is the man. He sends it right in, a 3-0 set in favor of Polar Cortex, and they are on a rampage.
Yeah, very, very deserved MVP there. Just very, very scary Kazan. And you can see, like, they got that built impact, heavy impact if you're feeling cheeky. Mel, maybe prize fighter. The way that Named Chaotic has been playing, there's a lot they could get, but they go for the built different, safe, understandable. In general, it just feels like all the tools and all the momentum is in the favor of Polar Cortex. And although this is not a bad draft for Flying Blobos, they are going to have to put in some work to kind of recover from this. Although I do like the explosive entrance and the missile propulsion. That is definitely going to help with some coverage and basically trying to stuff out a little bit more of these, like, hellacious offenses that Polar Cortex has been getting off.
And one thing to mention as well, with the 2 sparks means that even if you win this set, you're going to be probably eating a 3-spark Juno with the agility, with the cooldowns, and if she gets a spark, that's going to be red coring basically at all points. So very, very scary position for the Flying Blobos to get in, and they may not even get to that point because Polar Cortex have now opened up the map. Named Chaotic looking good with a flip. It's going to be responded to. 3 members of Flying Blobos here, but they're not able to find the goal. Going for the triple take, not able to find too much value right now. Named Chaotic unfortunately finds the whiff with a flip. Now the Fool has a flip of his own, going to use it. And this is potentially an opportunity, but no, as soon as it started, it's ended. Named Chaotic finds the goal yet again against Pensando, and Polar Cortex continue their rampage.
Like, that was just impressive. An impressive anti-clear from Named Chaotic. Pensando tried to clear it up north. Named Chaotic said, where are you going with that? That's my core, thank you very much. Yoink! Pulled it down and shoved it in. It's like, let me put that where it needs to be. So, again, that is just something that is going to be hard for Flying Blobos to stop. They don't quite have that kind of interceptability that this team of Polar Cortex has, although they are doing their best to shut it down. You can see that it's taking tolls on their life, but if they can score, then, you know, all is forgiven. But that's still an if.
Right. And right now, so far, the barrier defense has been mounted. It is an open net, but the side of Polar Cortex holds the Fool. Gonna have to play for his life in his own net here. Zyra 1 or 2 cooldowns in the way from sinking in that kill, maybe. But it might not mean anything if that goal is scored here. Flip from Pensando, needed to keep the core forward, but it's just defended away. Named Chaotic possession of the core yet again. Marching the core forward, gets that final goal barrier. Overtime's here. The primetime pull, not able to reach the first one. The second one, though, might come through. Zyra needs to score right now, or it might be curtains for the side of Flying Blabos. Pensando stepping up to the plate, giving his own opportunity a shot as well. Not going to find it as the Hora goes forward, but A finds himself with the core yet again. It goes finally to Zyray, but the Whiplash just not big enough. Named Chaotic with a strike, gets it through again. And Flying Blabos cannot contain Named Chaotic. He is 1 point away from absolutely marching his team into a 2-1 position here in the league. Now the court comes through. It seems so scary for Flying Blabos to mount any sort of comeback, though they are able to get one goal at barrier.
Yeah, they need to. This is crunch time. This is do or die, and they do not want to go down like this. Nearly a double barrier gets taken here. A on the attack right now. Nice bounce to try and keep it around the center line. Named Chaotic trying to pull up the scariest threat in this game so far, and this is their moment to try and get this barrier down. Flip goes out. They do get the barrier. Open goal. It might be curtains. Bounce goes off the center line. A couple of them as Named Chaotic is fighting for the core. A right there trying to back him up. It does go out in the second core. And a bit of a reprieve as Zyray flips down south, and they do get a point on the board. Much needed, but this is only the start of a very tall mountain to climb. It has been climbed before. It can be climbed again, but it is still a mountain, and so you do not want to underestimate it. Don't think you're not even close to out of the woods. You're still not even in the deepest neck of it yet, to be frank.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Right now, even one step is only the marker of an incredibly long journey for the Flying Blabos, but it might be ended right here. Named Chaotic gets one goalie barrier, flipped defensively from Pensando, cleared with the help of Firemat, and A gets it through though again, and Named Chaotic has yet another shot. So many Blabos makes the clear impossible. The pull comes through from Zyray though, a potential opportunity, but Named Chaotic has the opportunity to end it here, doesn't get the strike that he needs, but the pull comes through A here though to capture the clear. Named Chaotic doesn't find the goal, but he finds the KO. This might be the end of Flying Blabos here. Piercing shot doesn't come through. Named Chaotic, no! No, that's not what you want to see. He's been playing so well so far, but A is the one to finish it. A bit of a mishap. All brawlers are beautiful. And you know what? Named Chaotic had beautiful plays. That last point didn't happen, of course. Maybe he lagged for a second. Been playing phenomenally. It is A that sinks it in, but Named Chaotic, the undoubted MVP of this series, played phenomenally, opened up Pensando, and read him like a book in a lot of these situations. A clean victory here on Taiko Temple for Polar Vortex.
Yeah, so they take it. They go up in the positives for their win-loss record, and unfortunately, Flying Blabos, they are in the hot seat.
Yeah, they are, and you don't want to see that, right? You're a team that was a series off from the North American Strikers League, and now you find yourself 0-3 in the North American Strikers Academy, right? The pressure has to be mounting, and they are not doomed by any means, right? We are only through, we're only through a third of the season, but we're also through a third of the season, and you're winless, That's not a great position to be in. You have to play, you can only afford to drop maybe a series or two tops if you want your destiny to be in your control for the rest of the regular season. But that's going to be tough, right? Polar Vortex played absolutely phenomenally. They're in a 2-1 position now, which is much more comfortable. Got a little bit more breathing room for some of your harder matchups. But that being said, right, not a clean 3-0 either, so they're not out of the woods by any means.
So we are going to have to see and keep an eye on these teams and see how they end up working out. But I believe that is this series done and over with, and we will be out of here, but there will be more to come. Do not fret.
We are loading into this third series of NASA, the third week, Cyberstrike against Jackpot, and we're in for quite a treat. We're on Demon Dice, we have Prime Time, and we have Heavy Impact. Yoshi, what are you thinking about this one?
I'm thinking that all of Jackpot is taking Heavy Impact, and Cyberswipe is triple Prime Time. Super interesting, you know, battle of ideals here. We've got this Era goalie. We've got Alonso, who I'm pretty sure I've only ever seen on Mako, rocking the IME goalie. Very exciting to see. Got a little bit of Finny midfield. A lot's going on. There's a lot to process, but Cyberswipe banned the Color Craze Vice, not letting that go through. But Color Craze on Estelle, still able to put it in, and all the chaos on the bottom side there. You know, no Vice, no problem. It's still going to be putting out a ton of damage on this Heavy Impact Estelle and putting it in right there.
Yeah, exactly. And damage is going to be the name of the game, right? You're on a chaotic map like that. You're going to be looking for damage continuously, as you see Zodiwitch being taken really low there as well. Alphamy getting put down to low HP as well, as Zoe's trying to get the finish there. Will find it with the ultimate, as one barrier is down on the side of Jackpot. Still holding on to the second one for now, but a clean strike core from Expo-chan will take that off of Alonso, as Dysentaro now walks up. Color Craze really low, needs to be playing his life as well there, and will stay alive, will keep the evades, but the goal's gonna go in 1-1 now.
Yep, 1-1. A good showing from Cyberswipe. It looked a little rocky in that first point, but they're able to get that KO on Alphamy. And I think without Alphamy, Jackpot's gonna have a really tough time getting anything going. They have Rasmus Estelle, you know, incredibly potent scoring comp, able to do a lot of damage. Oh, and a lot of damage has been done. And now has a massive advantage. It's a damage game. Whichever team gets KO first is going to be just eating it up right here. But Cyberswipe able to hold their barrier through most of the chaos. Now Expo-chan back, but now the net's open and they still have 2 barriers to get. Things are looking a little tough.
Looking and tough indeed, but again, these HP bushers flying so low so quickly, as Zoe will find another great KO there. We'll use the flip up front as well. Alphamy positions properly to defend there, as Assertive is playing an aggressive arrow line. Will get the core up front pretty quickly there, and they do get another score in. Assertive still has flip available for herself as well, which is going to help with keeping this barrier alive in his next point. We'll see if she's going to be able to play it out properly as we're going into the next kickoff here as well. And the attack immediately goes, and as in many points, damage is being dumped almost immediately. It's just so difficult to just kind of stay relevant and not lose your entire HP bar on kickoff, because you can see it again. Zoe just down to half HP, no evades, but the Finny ultimate will be enough to take a single barrier there. Second one following suit. Not quite yet, actually, as now Zoe's fighting for her life. She will take the barrier, though. Alonso forced to use the flip to stay alive. Will get it out. Expo-chan now on the Finny, gonna try to run up here as well, make use of the flip, but it will not find it yet, as Zoe's still fighting for her life. One barrier now dropping. Alphamy finding that angle there. Color Craze also just very low. An incredibly chaotic match. Incredibly volatile, and Expo-chan in the end will find the flip there to get the goal in for Cyberswipe to take this first set.
Yeah, and Expo-chan just getting in there, able to weave the flip and like thread the needle there. And it was looking incredibly narrow. That shot's super impressive. But here, Reptile Remedy on the first draft. Every draft this game is going to be so important. I mean, like every game, you know, welcome to Omega Strikers. But in this game where damage is so prevalent, being able to pick up that survivability or just more damage. I'm looking at explosive missile prop. You know, also just great pickups. Here we see, again, Reptile going to Zoe the Witch. More stagger for the Zentaro character. a lovely thing if you're Zoe. That's just a game changer, especially with the siphoning launch, trying to stay alive a little bit. A little bit of prime time too, just got a whole lot going. Alphamy picking up some size, recovery drone no less. And that extra size just makes this game so much easier for Jackpot, because those are the barriers down. And Alonso also picking up extra special. Every kickoff is going to be super Jackpot favored. Gonna be tough. Alphamy weaves in there, able to get that strike to the bottom corner. And already we're seeing the payout that Jackpot's getting here.
Yeah, most definitely. And the recovery drone is also going to help Alphamy with just getting that extra life, right? It nullifies 1 KO, which is going to be... It can be the difference maker. Again, it kind of depends on how kickoffs goes, because a lot of damage is being dumped. Expo-chan, again, down to half HP, no evades either, but the Finny ultimate will be there in place to take the barrier. Cyberswipe, however, still not looking incredibly healthy here, as though he tries to get the outplay going there. Does not quite find the Color Craze down to stagger now. Will have 2 evades to be working with, and now Zoe the Witch trying to be greedy for that KO. Will not find it. Will have to use the flip there as well to stay alive. Not how you want to be using your energy at that point, as a barrier will be found by Alphamy. Assertive now getting the clear out. Will have a flip soon as well if she does need to use it. The grand finish coming through, but not finding the proper angle there, as the attack's going to be built again. And that size on the Rasmus is just being so oppressive, just being everywhere, making it difficult for Assertive to get a proper angle going out on the defense there, as again a KO is going to be found for Cyberswipe. This entire ultimate stopping the core there as they're trying to set themselves up properly again, and a huge card coming out from Expo-chan to get that KO. Finny showing her strengths in the KO department again, as we are back to an even game state in this set.
Yeah, absolutely. Hit a crazy half-court shot. Took out the goalie there. I think going to be a great way to score, and really, we're just seeing Alphamy get chipped down right now. I was going to say, a lot of damage has been going on to Color Craze through these points. Cyberswipe kind of focusing their efforts there, but Alphamy taking the brunt of it. Seems like anyone could have a piece of it, you know? What I really like about the Cyberswipe comp, though, oh no, is that they're, not that their goalie's dead, but it's that anytime Expo-chan gets low, they have 2 goalies, and they're able to swap them out. You know, Assertive can walk up and use all that speed that Era has to get through, and it's been really nice. It's been really working for them. And with the big KO and the net open, this is looking like Cyberswipe's point to win.
Yeah, they're in every single position to be taking this point here, as well as Alonso will find a beautiful clear out, though, flip coming out from Zoe there. And even though the point was being found for Cyberswipe there, I think you're pretty happy if you're the side of Jackpot, because at least you were able to force out this flip for Zoe. She does not have that available in this next point anymore, which is going to make taking these barriers a little bit more difficult. Across the board, though, a lot of low evade bars, which means damage dumping again is going to be the name of the game, as you see it right there as well. Alphamy forced to use her his only evade there to stay alive, but the offense is just not letting up. That Finny ultimate excellently placed, takes a barrier, sets themselves up to get a goal, and Cyberswipe in another like dominant set in the second one.
Yeah, just Finny on this map is so strong. You just get so rewarded for having this 25-second cooldown. Click it on the barrier, good. And I think this is going to be a super surge onto this Zentaro or fight or flight. Hey, that's more abilities, more speed, which is nice. There's Zoe not having mag souls or slick kicks. Is going to need to make up in that department somewhere. But that's Might of Colossus going to Alphemy. A lot of power is going to be hitting this guy. And with Jackpot able to get these KOs already, that extra power is going to be pretty impactful. More power on Alonso as well with the Spark and Color Craze picking up the Super Surge. On the other side, though, Assertive able to pick up Team Player. That could seal out the game. We'll have to see. As long as Cyberswipe is able to stay on the field long enough to make the Team Player, get value. But I don't know. The offense from Jackpot is looking incredibly potent right now.
Yeah, they got a really nice setup there to get themselves the barrier, to get the goal in as well. And the team player will be making a difference just to make it even more chaotic, right? We're in a KO heavy game. We're on a heavy impact starter on Demon Dice. Like, it's always going to be chaotic. So as soon as you have even more core speed in the game as well, it's gonna make it a lot more difficult. As both barriers will actually be taken out by the side of Cyberswipe there. They will be KO'd though. Expo-Chen finding the edge of the map there, but Zoe is going to try to walk up with his Zentaro flip here. Will use it aggressively to dash. Does not quite find the core, but still, you're in a great position. Color Craze needs to be careful not to be taken out outright here, as the Saggers are getting low. A nice Strike Whirlwind will take the first barrier. Second one still being alive. Assertive will have a flip here as well. Alphemy in a difficult position because he doesn't really want to be using that flip for survivability, but at this point he might have to because he's just being put down into stagger. Recovery drone procced, but still low, right? You can still have a lot of damage being pumped out by Assertive, Expo-Chen, and Zoe here, and it's just kind of turning into a survivability game between both of the brawlers as they're just taking so much damage continuously, which makes it very difficult for them to play out. Barrier still holding strong on the side of Cyberswipe. Assertive will still have that flip, needs to use it here as Alphemy is going to try to set himself up, but never mind. The Finny will be able to deliver the core all the way up to Zoe there, and a nice primary from Zentaro will secure the goal.
Yeah, a little slice and dice action. Able to stun Alonso there. Very well done. Yeah, we're seeing... Oh no. Alphemy get a lot of these edge KOs. Super impressive, but what I'm looking at is this Arrow pick able to just shrink Alphemy, shut down all of his size. I believe he loses a ton of power when he gets shrunk as well with the Might of Colossus. And honestly, the Arrow pick is just looking really, really nice. Well... I was gonna say because she gets a lot of opportunity to push up, and the beam is coming out earlier, which makes the defense look way better. But unfortunately, pushed up a little bit too far, and Jackpot was able to break through, get a pass to Alphemy, and score, bringing them to set point, which means that Jackpot could start their comeback right here, right now. Big mountain to climb, but all it takes is a trickle, and if this is what they need, then things are looking good for them.
They very much would look really good for him, as the flip from Alonso will come out to take one barrier there, but Cyberswipe still has a lot of utensils, or abilities here to kind of just hold on to this defense. They also get the second barrier there with clean and smart strikes, and the Finny ultimate will be placed again just properly in front of the net. There's not really anything you can do to get that core out there anymore without just risking dying as well. So Cyberswipe now putting themselves into a really good position to just take this game one already. They're just one goal away, and if you're Jackpot, you do need to find these barriers now as quickly as possible, because you don't want to be having this point snowball out of your control, at least to as much as you can handle, as Alphemy takes a lot of damage again, but one crucial barrier found there. Color Craze will find a second one as well. Jackpot now trying to set themselves up to get this goal in as well. Both of their barriers are still up. They're looking pretty grand on the defensive side there, as the strikes will be found for Cyberswipe. The KO will be found. Alphemy taken off. Zoe with clean Zentaro strikes though will take one barrier, will take the second, will use the flip on Expo-Chen, and with that flip she will be able to secure Cyberswipe this game 1 victory.
And yeah, no Aimee on their team, but Cyberswipe able to take the victory nonetheless. Really well done. I think that their team comp was just super potent, and they played to it incredibly well. Zoe was all over the place, just 4 KOs, able to get a lot of value out of Zentaro, who was first picked. Like, heavy impact, Demon Deus, like, put the Zentaro in the bag. They did. And, again, I like the Era and Finny in the back. Just did a great job. Expertchen with 5 goals. You know, getting a little active, pushing up. Really well played. But I think that's going to be it for game 1. Anything else you want to mention?
I just feel like there's way less chaos than I would have expected it to, but it kind of just was the name of the game as well, right? There's a lot of chaos happening, a lot of damage happening, but in the end, it came down to strike wars and positioning, and I think Cyberswipe just did a better job this game 1 here. But yeah, I think that kind of wraps it up. We can get ready for Clarion. I think that's up next, right?
Yeah, yippee!
And we are loading into game 2. As mentioned before, Clarion, Test Chamber, our starting awakenings are Big Fish and Orb Replicator. And there is an Orb Replicator pickup, Assertive rocking it on Drakara goalie here. We love to see it.
Yeah, and everyone else looking mighty large today on the Test Chamber. Just a whole heap and helping of massive strikers. We're seeing both brawlers lock in the same pick as last game. And definitely, like, every character is good with size. You know, today I'm bigger, but and then every brawler is even better with size. All of my awesome melee abilities are way bigger. But here, Alphame on the Rasmus, definitely a little bit better with the size than Zentaro. Able to get both barriers. And Zoe looking a little low, almost gets knocked out, able to live with that Oni's Blade. But here, Cyberswipe going on the offensive, looking for something, but it's just completely staggered. Not what you would expect out of their comp, especially into this comp, but just not able to get the barrier shut down by the flip. KO came out. Jackpot really just, this point 1 going crazy. The flip sending it in. First point, barely missing overtime, and what an explosive start.
Yeah, incredibly aggressive as well, making it a statement point as well, saying, hey, look, that game 1 didn't really go in our favor there, but we're not down and out just yet. We will take that point, and we're going to hopefully ride that momentum even further, as we're back to a pretty neutral game state now. 1 barrier being found by Zoe there, 2nd one being found by Expo, as they're trying to set themselves up to take the goal in the end. But this time around, Alonso is on a defensive goalie pick, is on that Mako, who's going to be able to lock it down, and that he did there as well. That's not a barrier down on Cyberswipe yet. The strikes will be found. Alphame almost gets one out there, but does not find it. Sort of an Expo doing such a good job defensively there, as Zoe tries to get it past Alonso, but the backstep will be enough to keep up that defense. 1 barrier now found to speed up from Mako coming out, helping Alphame with a bit of mobility there, but the Cyberswipe from Expo-Chen just on brand, finds the KO. Zoe, beautiful flip there as well to secure the goal, and as often before, Jackpot was the first team to strike with the goals, but Cyberswipe pretty quick to even it out yet again.
Yeah, definitely not a team to hold back, and here we see 2 flips for them. Zoe using the last one to score, but no flips needed, just another Cyberswipe for Cyberswipe. Slam dunking onto the enemy goalie there, getting another point. And that one was fat. That was like 9 seconds.
That one was incredibly efficient as well, by the way. Like, no abilities, just going into dead air there. As we are back on the point again, both flips now out on the side of Cyberswipe. They do try to get an attack going here. Zoe trying to go with a bit of outplay potential on that ultimate. Will find 1 barrier, but obviously Mako as a defensive goalie would rather hold 1 barrier over trying to hold 2 anyway, so I don't think they really care about it that much. The Amy turret will come out. The KO found by Zoe there actually with that Zentaro primary. Flip will have to come out from Alonso to hold on to this point. Astrakar will find that clear out again. Now, sort of Ben has to do some work here, gets the core away though. Alphame not able to set himself up to get the attack going how he would like, but Color Craze is going to be able to get that barrier there. So he trying to answer it almost immediately. The flip comes out as well, and a nice secure. Again, another set going in favor of Cyberswipe.
Yeah, I really want to shout out how Zoe's been using these core flips. They've all just been right on the line. You know, like basically guaranteeing and that the ball will be going into the net. And I think that's something, it takes a lot of discipline to sit there and hold on to your flip that tightly. It feels so nice to show up and flip from a little bit further back. You know, say like more risk, more reward. You know, if I push up too far, you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, just incredible discipline. Big fan of that. We don't see that a whole lot. It's even in Nassel, so just really big fan of that. Anyway, we had a whole draft. Zoe picking up Reptile Remedy, I think big pick there. Again, you know, always nice to be surviving a little bit longer. Double size for Expo-chan. Big Imi on the field. And Alonso picked up 1-2 punch, Alphamy on heavy impact. It looks like Jackpot is rolling for damage here, trying to counter these low stagger, I guess just Zentaro, but they're trying to fight back here, which I like a lot. I think it's going to pay out for them really well, as they've taken both barriers and popped the recovery drone already.
It's huge value that they got the recovery drone pop as early as they did, because that means for the rest of the point it's not going to come into play anymore. But there's going to be 2 flips on the side of Cyberswipe here, and they're probably looking to use them immediately. One comes out, gets answered by Alonso. Zoe still has a flip as well, though, and will use it here to secure the KO. Incredible value coming out there for Cyberswipe with their flips.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, they have this Orb Rep goalie in the back, feeding them like 2% more energy. Could be relevant. I have no idea. I'm sure someone's done the numbers on Orb Rep already, but you know, I haven't. I don't know, but you know, on paper, I like the idea. You show up, you get all that extra energy, and again, with how Cyberswipe's been using their core flips, that sounds awesome. Assertive has one sitting here as all barriers have gone down. Both nets open. A couple power plays have hit the field. This point's going crazy right now.
Yeah, the kills both found on both sides there. Assertive will be able to catch that flip from Alphamy, not the angle that Alphamy was hoping for, as the attack now immediately translates over to Cyberswipe. Expo-chan walking up, Zoe covering any kind of clear potential, but Alonso will be able to find it there. The Drakkar ultimate coming through, Molten Bolt doing that damage, keeping the core up front as Zoe is going to get increasingly low. Again, you mentioned it beforehand, the team comp that you didn't really expect to be playing for KO as much, it's just finding it now, especially with all of their Awakening pickups that they were able to find. The flip comes out from Zoe there and doesn't hit anything, unfortunately, as Color Craze will be able to secure the goal and even it out this set. And Jackpot had a really good point there, but they gotta be able to keep it up now in this next one as well. They gotta keep this momentum, and it's looking good in terms of momentum, because Assertive just used a flip there, probably not what she was looking for, as the attack is gonna be built again on this Atlas map here. Both barriers down on the side of Cyberswipe, as Zoe's going to try to get a pass, but Color Craze and Alonso just doing such a good job defensively, not giving that space for Zentaro to really be making those plays that he would be looking for. A flip comes out from Alonso, unfortunately finds its own barrier there though, as the Amy turret will be back into play. Expo-chan will have a flip, will use it for a KO confirm and the barrier, as the attack is continuously being sustained by the side of Cyberswipe. Core going up again, but Alphamy finds the angle to get it out, get that extra little bit of time that could be the difference maker. But a beautiful strike from Zoe will find it in between Alphamy and Alonso there for Cyberswipe to go up 2-1.
Yeah, really well played. Great strike for weaving it right in between both the members of Jackpot. And now Cyberswipe is up this set, looking really strong. I wouldn't say dominant after that first point. Again, Jackpot had a really strong point, and it's just all of these points have been really close. You know, we see it's not like Cyberswipe shows up, takes both their barriers, and then it's GG. It's Cyberswipe, you know, might get double barriered every once in a while, might be facing some power plays, but they're still able to seal it out in the end. And I think that's the difference, is that they're able to secure these points, whereas I think Jackpot is not quite as efficient in doing so and is struggling because of it.
Yeah, it's very difficult, especially because you're going up against something like a Drakkar as well. Drakkar with that shotgun will just auto-win every single strike war that Assertive wants to win there. So you do have quite a wall to be going through there, but as of right now, Jackpot's still holding on to this point pretty well. So a huge strike from Alonso there coming out in the last second, actually, to keep the point alive. Clear will be found out as well there, as always going to try get herself set up, but no, Alphamy there to interrupt it early enough, as Now Mine almost does the work there, but the angle wasn't quite right. Alonso now trying to find the clear, gets it up to Zoe. Zoe outplays him a little bit there, though. A really nice redirect there off the primary, not something that Alonso was able to react to. And another set going in favor of Cyberswipe. They're playing incredible today.
Yeah, just awesome. I believe that was a textbook board flick from the midfield coming out from Zoe, and now double size Zen. This is now both forwards on Cyberswipe, Sport and double size. Might being picked up by Alphamy, once again getting the build from last game, heavy impact, a size awakening, and Might here gonna be rocking 121 power, showing up, and Alonso picking up team player. That's 1-2 punch team player. Unlimited core speed coming out from Jackpot, along with the hot shot on Color Craze. Drakkar is a pretty decent goalie for dealing with all the core speed. Able to shotgun anything that comes too quickly into the net, but still pretty difficult to deal with overall, especially for the forwards trying to catch all these fast scores. Gonna be tough, as really they didn't take up a whole lot in the draft other than Timeless Imi, which is great. Let's be very clear, it's great, but it's not quite as good as like team player melee goalie, Doesn't matter though. Just Assertive is getting active there, running in, shotgunning, helping Zoe with the interactions, who will be putting it in the end.
Yeah, most definitely. The nice thing about having the team player and the 1-2 punch for Alonso is that the core is going to leave your field very fast. Yes, however, Cyberswipe has been playing so well positionally that I feel like it's going to be difficult to really find these angles to even make use of that team player, because Expo-chan and Zoe are just playing so oppressive up front, which doesn't really give any kind of great angles for Alonso, as they again take both barriers in a pretty quick manner. The Zentaro there is going to hold the core, almost gets to confirm with it, as well as flip has to come up by Alonso. Color Craze getting close to his own flip now, probably wants to use it to get the momentum shift going in this point, as Assertive will find an incredibly important flip there to not lose both of the barriers there. Expo-chan back on the offense here now is Zoe. Turret coming down, gonna cut the field in half. Flip comes out from Zoe. KO found by Expo-chan, but Alonso still holding on to the point. The strike will be enough though. Color Craze indicating not having the flip there, or not using it. A bit unfortunate, but I mean, Cyberswipe's just being so oppressive, it's so difficult to play into them right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just everywhere. Again, all of their flips have been incredibly on point. That flip last point, blocking the double barrier. Another KO found by Expo-chan on the Cyberswipe, more accurate, and just they're putting up so much pressure. Their defense is looking unbreakable, and they're just containing the core so well. No amount of core speed is going to stop when they're spreading the floor, covering every angle, all of that. Like, Expo-chan is just always able to dash in, find the core, get in the right spot, and Zoe is always there, positioned on the offense perfectly. What they have going on, they're down a barrier. They're down, their net's open, and they're playing defense, but still just, like, they're never out until the goal goes into their net.
Yeah, and it's just not going into the net, right? They're just going from this defensive into attacking position so well, doing it so quickly as well, as Zoe will find the flip there. Expo-chan still will have a flip. The Amy turret is going to be very annoying to be dealing with, as the Timeless Grudge is going to be behind it. The flip comes out, Expo-chan secures it, and another 3-0 game for Cyberswipe to take this series. Incredible performance for them coming out today, as they win the series in a quick and just controlled 2-0.
Yeah, really well played by Cyberswipe, and I believe that means that they're 3-0 in the season overall. This is a team to watch out for. If you're watching NASA and you're like, I don't know who to win, I don't know who to vote for, like, Cyberswipe is one of the top contenders here. They're showing up, playing exceptionally well, and I think they have a great shot at winning it all. A like insane success story, going from almost missing Nasty last season to just doing phenomenally in NASA. This is a team that's been on the come up for a while, and I think if there's ever a time to jump in on the Cyberswipe train, now's a great time. That being said, great game played by Cyberswipe, Jackpot. Also, I hate doing this where it's like, great job to both teams, because obviously no one wants to hear that. Like it's difficult to lose, you know. But I don't think Jackpot's out of it yet. They've had to face a lot of really tough teams early on in the season, and so, you know, a loss to Cyberswipe, hard to feel bad about that. Not impossible, let's be clear, but I think Jackpot is still in it. I would not count them out. Again, every point was really close. They were able to get the barriers. They were looking really strong. Having to face 3 super strong teams in the first like block of the season is really tough. So shout out to them. I'm still rooting for them. I believe in Jackpot. Positivity for everyone, you know. It's tough, but I'm a believer. Never give up, etc. And that's all I have. I'm talking for a little bit. Sloth, what do you think?
I mean, I just agree with you, obviously, right? Cyberswipe had a really good showing, deserved 3-0 at this start, and Jackpot, yeah, I mean, your weeks 1 through 3 were Dragon Slayers 2, Oncoming Traffic, and now Cyberswipe. You have not got up against an opponent yet that has lost a series. So, yeah, rough start. Gotta find that momentum in the next week, and looking good. I mean, for both sides, right? Again, Cyberswipe here to win the season, playing excellently as well. And Jackpot, even though they have a little bit of starting problems now, I'm sure they're going to be able to pick it up next week as well. But in this series today, Cyberswipe ended up being the better team. And I mean, no shame in that, right? Season's long for both teams. So we'll see how it's going to pan out. But a great series overall.
Yep, I absolutely agree. And I think that's it for this one. So stay tuned. It looks like next match is going to be ADR versus HMG. That sounds like an awesome match. So, hey, stay tuned for that. We'll see you then. Bye.
So week 3, starting off our series, Ballin' Ballers versus Starbreakers. Game 1 here on Clarion Test Chamber. You can see the drafts as we look at this, but an Orb Rep Missile Prop start for Game 1, and a lot of Orb Reps coming out. Z Yoshi, my friend, tell us a little bit about what we're looking at here in this series in this Game 1.
Number one thing I'm looking at right now is this Drakkar midfield for the side of Starbreakers coming out. Mag Soul's Missile Prop. We've been seeing a lot of Drakkar Brawler, especially with the Missile Prop, Heavy Impact, etc. Really easy to get a lot of kills off the edge. Now it's back in the midfield for Jay. Very interesting pick. We're going to have to see what Jay will be able to do with it and how she can support Just Logan here. But in the meantime, we see two, I think, exceptional Missile Prop characters, one of which has Orb Rep, my bad, on the side of Ballin' Ballers, Dr. Bebop and Lufoxio taking the Dubu and Aimi. Lufoxio off field right now, but Bam, with a big core flip up to the top corner, Bam, hit him with it. No teammate, no problem. Gonna be putting that right in.
Yeah, nothing but net on that shot. You mentioned it. Lufoxio, interesting pick. Going for the Orb Rep Aimi when Missile Prop was available, but Orb Rep is pretty good for stacking energy, and with both forwards having that item and letting Dr. Bebop go for the Missile Prop instead, almost backwards of how you might normally expect it, but I think I actually like it a lot here. They're just going to be sharing a lot more energy. Forward's going to be going and eating up some of those orbs. But right now, Ballin' Ballers in a bit of a situation with both barriers down right now. The offense trying to come out here from Starbreakers. Just enough damage onto Jay. Force him to go back here. Bam, picking up one barrier in return. Potentially looking for another one. Core flip here from Jay. Send it wide. Dr. Bebop going to flip it right back. That's Bam taking off the map. Jay down to Just Logan. A nice save here from Lufoxio, but still pressuring the goal. And that'll be Jay tying up set 1.
Yeah, a little strike shotgun action for the crew. But yeah, I agree with what you were saying earlier about Orb Rep. It's gonna be nice for these forwards to just go out, pick up that energy, share it, especially with Dr. Bebop, who's getting all that Missile Prop value on the Dubu. And a double barrier for Bam. Exceptionally well done. But yeah, and like on the other side, Just Logan also picked up Orb Rep. Not like he's gonna use Missile Prop, you know, but still, it definitely feels like a goalie Brawler Awakening, where those are the two rules that you often will just have a lot of downtime. You know, your team's on defense, like, I'm going to go collect some orbs, that kind of thing. So definitely going to be very nice to share all that energy, and we'll see if the 2 Orb Rep are going to be more valuable than just the one for Starbreakers.
Now we'll battle in the center. A nice evade from Just Logan there. Jay waiting on the core. Dave there to save against the glitch pop, but now it's Bam with the flip here in the corner. Gonna burn it. Goes for the passive. A great barrage from Dave to stop that shot. Dr. Bebop sends it back to the midfield now. Glitch pop from Lufoxio gets it around, but Dave able to keep it away from Bam. Sends back to Baller's side of the field. Just Logan and Jay pushing up here in this top corner. Core flip here from Jay. It's gonna get stalled out by the somersaults. Might have another opportunity though, but Lufoxio with a quick cyber swipe, and that's a power play for Ballin' Ballers. Pushing the top corner now, pass down to Bam. Giga Blast blocks it, sends it all the way around, and that's the barrier gone. On the return, but Bam ready with the slice and dice to find the point. Ballin' Ballers bring it to set point.
Yeah, great Giga Blast coming out from Dave. Exceptional play to get the barrier, but Bam catching that clear, not letting it go through. Unfortunate to see 4 Starbreakers, but here now we have this interesting closed map in the middle, which I think really benefits Ballin' Ballers. I think their comp is it's easier to move the ball around. It's interesting. Jay has a lot of stuffing potential and can get through the lanes in the midfield, but I think the Kazan just doesn't have as much, and so the Aimi Zen is just way more mobile, way easier to rotate. I could be wrong though, because Starbreakers look like they have a wonderful point, charging up to set us on a 0.5, core flip going wide, not quite getting it stuffed out by the wall, but still open net against the Dubu is looking really nice.
Foxio able to even up the barrier situation here. A lot of damage onto some of these forwards on either side. Jay able to recover. Bam having to fall back a little bit here. Jay coming down from the top side, looking to receive the core shot to the top. Dr. Bebop not quite fast enough on the Dubu. The Pauldrons, it's a slow hamster, and it will be Starbreakers now tying the set once again here on 0.5.
Yeah, taking us to Project Xeno, we've got these greats here. A little bit of bush action for the gang. Especially with this Drakkar who can go invisible already. It'll be interesting to see, but all the momentum is on the side of Starbreakers right now. We see Ball and Ballers get a lot of damage onto Just Logan, but with an evade built into the kit, a dodge on the Cyber Swipe, and some great ball movement, it's looking like a catastrophe for Ball and Ballers as we see Bam go down, Just Logan pick up an orb, heal up, and now they have this power play and just need to get this one barrier.
There's Just Logan. Dr. Bebop gonna use the flip to get it out of there. Dave sends it back in. Jay off the side lane, be able to open up the goal. Just Logan trying to stay alive here, should be able to get the center orb. Now Jay brings it up to the top corner. Dr. Bebop makes it clear. Dave up in the midfield, but Bam with the Zen ult, able to bait out Dave's core flip. Ball and Ballers look to press barrier from the bottom. Foxtail holding it in the invisibility lane. Shouts to the barriers though. Jay and Dave doing a good job holding it down. Foxtail forced rotate to the top side as Cyber Swipe almost finds something. Bam able to get it on the rebound. Now just looking for the slice and dice. Goes just a bit wide though. But Bam! Perfect timing on that strike right after the glitch pop. Right after Dave thought it was clear. Hard one there to see, but Bam finds those shots.
Yeah, exceptional strike war right there, and going to be securing what looked like a doomed point for Ball and Ballers. Now it looks like Lufoxio is going to be rewarded with Fight or Flight, maybe a Deadeye, or Primetime. You know, just like all these awakenings looking pretty nice. Deadeye going to Dave. That could get dangerous really quickly. It did get nerfed recently from 32% to 25%, but still, the Giga Blast might be coming out and blasting people off the stage. A little bit of size for Kazan, and Jay picking up Sparks, getting ready for that. Fight or Flight on Bam, I think, is going to be a big deal as well. Going to have a lot of speed, but has been doing a lot of staggering, especially with Lufoxio's help. The Zen Aimi pair are just great at dealing damage. That means that this guy's going to just be farming secondaries, refreshes, which is wonderful, you know, and getting staggered himself, you know, low stagger brawler. That's a lot of secondary refreshes, and a great way to move around, shove through the corner, etc. Can't refresh it when he's dead though. Unfortunately, that one's gonna seal the deal.
Big KO there. 2 flips though for Ball and Ballers. Lufoxio gonna burn one first, and actually picks up a barrier in the one-on-one against Dave. Great kill of the power play. The Ball and Ballers. Lufoxio looking for a shot to the bottom. Dave able to get there in time. Lufoxio another chance. Just Logan pushing up. Lufoxio wins a strike war. Dave eject button back to save that now, facing the Firewall Sentry, pressing hard, and bam with the secondary. Got staggered, had the Fight or Flight just like you said, and picked up the goal as well as the KO there to find the point for Ballers.
Yeah, explosive play without the entrance, but just exactly what you would expect from Ball and Ballers. They're really starting to pull ahead this set. It's 1 point, you know, maybe a little too early to call, but it seems like Starbreakers are just having a little bit of trouble getting their offense going, a little bit of trouble converting. They've been doing phenomenally on the defense, but once they actually get the ball out, trying to transition that into some meaningful form of offense that isn't just some straight core speed or anything else, seems really tough. And you know, here we have something going on, but then it looks like it's often just Logan against the world. And now with the second barrier going down, Ball and Ballers are just looking really good.
Good saves there from Starbreakers, though. Looked like Ballers had a bit of an opportunity, but good defense. But now, bam, a nice dribble to slice and dice. Dave barely able to make the save, pressing hard in the corner, though. Starbreakers coming out once again on top out of that, but still got to get the core off of their side of the field convincingly. Jay in the Xeno Cloak going to send it around here, fighting on this top wall. Core flip here from the midfield, passive to Just Logan. Core flip from Dr. Bebop to Lufoxio, almost to Bam. Dave able to intercept that one. Bam with a great dribble shot on net. Doesn't find much with the flip here. Might have another opportunity though as Dr. Bebop setting the core back up. Jay pass to Just Logan. A nice somersault to make the save here. Pass back up to Jay, a Molten Bolt, but it sends it back to Dave. Starts to send it back across the field. Bam, looking to catch up to it. Gets the barrage cooldown, but Dave, a nice eject button play, able to rotate it back across the field. Giga Blast goes wide now. General coming out from Bam, looking for Lufoxio to take control. Can't quite find him, but Bam off the rebound from the top wall. Oh, an interesting bounce there that took. Bit of an unexpected angle, and Bam knew where it was going and found the shot. Now Ball and Ballers on set points.
Yeah, huge capitalization there It just able to pick that up, take the open shot, you know, profit. And here, this map I think really doesn't do any favors for Starbreakers. Well, hey, just looking at the orb, maybe I'm full of it, but here I see either like any three of the players on Starbreakers get the orb, and then like, what do you really do with it? Kazan's your best bet, and nothing really came out of it. You know, you get bigger abilities, which is wonderful. Loves the size, but a character like Zentaro or Aimi really benefits from the orb. You get to show up and just churn out a ton of damage with your extra power, you know, get things done, and that is usually very useful. That all being said, here we're stuck in the barrier to barrier stalemate, but with how things have been going for Ball and Ballers, hold up. I was gonna say they're probably looking good, but the barrier is down. Just Logan with a flip. You know, looking a lot better for Starbreakers at this point. Might be able to bring it back. We'll just have to see though. With the big flip on the barrier, now both nets are open.
Now Dave pushing up to midfield here, looking to make something happen. And Giga Blast is going to send Bam off the side of the field. Now it's just Lufoxio in the 1v2's got to evade top spin here. Dr. Bebop looking to buy some time. Drops the Tofu Fortress. Jay struggling to get it past there. And that's going to buy a lot of time to kill this power play. Firewall Sentry here set up in the midfield as Bam back online, catching up to the core on the top side. There's the Zen ult, and a glitch pop from Lufoxio sneaking right in there at the end to get the confirm on the point. And Ball and Ballers will take a second set now. Pretty commanding set 2 there.
Yeah, really well played. Great play by Lufoxio to throw in the glitch pop. A great thing about picking Zentaro is that your ult is so good at teeing up your midfielder for scoring attempts like that. While the enemy team tries to defend against what you're doing, you know, you can just weave in a little glitch pop, and all of a sudden everything falls apart. Here, Bam rewarded with the big bulk up. That's going to be nice. Surprised that Heavy Impact didn't go to either Bam or Lufoxio. The stack's going to be a nice pickup as well, but that means Jay will be picking it up and has the legendary missile prop. The Spark of Strength Heavy Impact build. Spark not required, but missile prop and Heavy Impact are just juicing the Drakkar damage to the moon. Drakkar knockback especially. Going to be incredibly important because you can just get KOs like that now. You know, total game changer, and really I think what Starbreakers need to get the ball going is just some more KOs, especially with this Deadeye Kai able to just push out a lot of damage, and the Kazan to do all of the core control work. I think they have a good formula going on and just have to execute on it.
Oh, see, they got some offense going here for a bit. Core those slipping out, just Logan seeming to be a little confused by that. Dave gonna burn the flip there and not find much as the Foxio keeping nice control. Pass up to Bam. It will bring down Baller's own barrier on the return though. After we got hit by the Molten Bolt, just Logan shots on net. Dashing in with the pop-up, will be able to get it through the Foxio. And finally, after a pretty significant drought there, Starbreaker is able to put a point up on the board now. Hopefully find something, but Ball and Ballers do have a pretty significant energy lead at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing a little bit of double orb rep come into play. And we're also seeing a double size with Pauldron's Dubu, which looks impossible to get through, especially with the turret there to help defend. And in the last draft, the only size awakening left is Might of Colossus. Last draft, Just Logan picked up Aerials, which not the biggest Kazan awakening I've ever heard of. You know, an interesting pick, nice dash range. But really, I don't know if it's going to help get through all the extra size that Dr. Bebop has here. That, however, will crazy bounce, getting it right to Jay, who is able to get the barrier, and some great interactions in the corner, able to 1v2, push it through Drakkar style, and bring us to a set point.
Certainly some nice interactions there from Jay. We're going to have a flip up for either side here as well. A quick barrier for Starbreakers off of that kickoff. Looks like they were trying to keep the offense going. The Tofu Fortress comes out, but Jay with the flip KO starts the power play, and just Logan going to open up the net now to the top corner. A hook in, looking for the pop-up, and a strike roll against Lufoxio will do it. That's the kind of pressure that they need off of those power plays, and now Starbreakers, they'll take a set 3-0 in response to Ball and Ballers, and they're right back in this game.
Yeah, crazy, crazy set. Complete mirror of what we saw the previous set. And now I'm looking at 1-2 punch directly in the eye right here. That would be a wonderful Drakkar pickup. Adrenaline Rush, same thing. Same. We're already doing enough damage to get these KOs. And 1-2 punch for your Kazan, we are seeing a master draft class here. things are going wonderfully. Super Surge deny, not letting any Dash Awakening get to the Zentaro. And obviously, wonderful for Kai. Going to be really huge. Spark of Leadership going to Lufoxio is not going to be a whole lot. It really just a bit of a dry draft for Ball and Ballers. We see the Glass Cannon Dubu. It's going to be really nice, but you're so big, and especially with the Drakkar on the board, with Missile Prop, feels like it's going to be hard to not lose the Glass Cannon every once in a while. And Reptile Remedy is going to be nice for BAM here, but Drakkar really threatens a lot of edge KOs as opposed to stagger. So how much will it really help? The stagger is nice, and it definitely helps with the bulk up, but we'll have to see if it's enough to keep him alive as he's just been shot dead by the top spin. And another KO coming out from Jay. The Adrenaline Rush proc. Core goes wide, but a double power play for Starbreakers here.
Getting some shots on the barrier. Dr. Bebop, though, is able to hold on, and the forwards now back online. The Tofu Fortress coming out. Dave pushing way up on the offense there. Dr. Bebop barely able to clear that path. Jay now gets back to BAM. Lufoxio and BAM look to set up the offense of their own. BAM kind of trapped in this corner, taking a lot of damage. A core flip even burnt there. Didn't quite pick up the KO. Dave almost becoming a forward for a minute there. Jay, another shot on the barrier. Just looking with the dribble into hook. Another shot. Lufoxio and Dr. Bebop holding firm. Core flip here from Dave. Blocked by the glitch swap right to BAM, and that's the barrier gone. But another KO coming out from Ball and Ballers this time, and they've got the power play and an open net to work with. A pass up to BAM, intercepted by Just Logan. Just buying some time here. Lufoxio, another pass to BAM. Doesn't find the net on that one. Lufoxio to the bottom corner. Gonna have another chance to get it to BAM. Jay back online here. Just Logan. All three members holding the defense for Starbreakers, but a flip and a half available for Ball and Ballers here. Jay, a nice snipe, opens up Baller's side of the field. A core from Dr. Bebop sends it a bad angle off the center. Gets back to Just Logan, looking for the shot to the bottom of the net off the crooked leverage. What a shot from Just Logan there at overtime. Lufoxio couldn't even react with the core flip. And Starbreakers, they are making this a real competition now.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a devious dribble. A huge KO off rip for Starbreakers. They are looking back and better than before. All the momentum in their favor here. I've been really appreciating how Dave is pushing up. They're putting the Kai goalie to work with the eject button, and all this speed. Wonderful to see. The Ball and Ballers not out of it yet, though. Had a lot of good plays there, and it took an insane snipe from Jay and the Molten Bolt to be able to get it forward, or to get the last barrier. But still, Starbreakers just have a lot of control in this game that they didn't before. And they'll have to leverage that if they want to get through. And, hey, there it is. That's how you do it.
Speaking of leverage, that Kirk's leverage right there. Now Jay and Just Logan still keeping the core up, maintaining possession. Lufoxio having a core flip here and doesn't get it very far. Just goes right back into this top corner where Just Logan dribbling on the top side. The somersault comes out. Jay, another pass down to Just Logan here in the midfield. BAM not able to find anything at all or even touch this core. Might have a chance here off the Firewall Sentry, but Dave able to sneak it right through. Just Logan up to Jay. Doesn't able to strike it, unfortunately, but Just Logan another chance. Lufoxio gonna block that one. A shotgun blocked by Dr. Bebop. Still sending it down this bottom side. Drops the Tofu Fortress for insurance. Finally, Ball and Ballers have a moment to breathe. It doesn't look like they're going to get much offense off of that. Just Logan picking up the center orb here. Dave pushing up, looking for a chance to use this core flip, striking it back up the field. And Just Logan able to press the point and get it into that bottom corner yet again. Starbreakers on set point, looking to bring this to a set 5.
Yeah, taking it all the way. We saw Lufoxio in a difficult situation. Today, I will try and strike for the, I believe, 150% size Kazan, which, and I don't mean like 50% on top of 100. I mean 100%, 150% more. You know, big fella, big weird square strike hitbox, but we're seeing a big double barrier. This could be Ball and Baller's way back into the game with the flip, the turret, the everything, able to send it in, take that 1 point, put them on the board this set. Not another 3-0 coming out. Starbreakers are going to have to show up and seal this one out, or else Ball and Ballers will show up and really, you know, give them an inch, they'll take the mile sort of thing, seal up this game.
Yeah, Ball and Ballers are always in the game, but I guess BAM might not be for the next 10 seconds. Being taken off the pitch here. 2 flips going to be available for Starbreakers as well as they look to assault this barrier. Dr. Bebop, a valiant effort, but takes so much damage from the Obscuragu and will get KO'd for it. And now it's a goalie power play for Starbreakers. Just Logan, a core flip here to bring down the barrier. A pass down to Jay, back up to just Logan to the bottom of the net. Lufoxio makes a save. Dave pushing up with the barrage. The Firewall Sentry dropped defensively. Dr. Bebop is back online. They've got a lot of damage onto Jay and Lufoxio, though. They're brawling it out in the bottom corner. Dr. Bebop picks up the KO with the somersault. Now it's a power play for Ball and Ballers. A great way to kill that off and switch the momentum. Now they've got to get some momentum of their own. Bam. Looking to bring down this barrier. A great shot off the corner. Has the flip available in front of the net. Right through the crook leverage. Bam. Ties up the set and brings it to match point here for Ball and Ballers. An opportunity for both teams to start big.
Yeah, really scary here for Starbreakers. You don't want to go down this far, ever. But a big KO is found. They were able to get a KO on Dr. Bebop last point, and they lost the second barrier. Ball and Ballers did because of that. But here, some great passing in the corner. Great rebound, Jay, able to cover the out, picking up that goal, not letting Ball and Ballers steal out the game, bringing us to a set 5. And here it's Logan picking first in the draft. We see Might of Colossus. Team player could be interesting. Already has the 1-2 punch. I guess not necessarily getting a lot done. Or it's good for core speed, you know. But picking up the size, just taking it, putting it in the bag. That's a lot of power too. A lot of KO threat coming out. I'm really curious to see where this team player is going to go, because Dave is right here in front of Dr. Bebop on the draft. And Dr. Bebop is going to be picking up the team player. And I think that's massive for Ball and Ballers. All that extra core speed is going to be really difficult to deal with. The specialized training on Dave is going to be nice with the Deadeye. I think we're going to see a lot of KOs come out from that, but I can't underestimate the team player value on any team comp. That's just going to be spectacular, especially on points that go long. You just start farming core speed. Maybe they don't need it though. Starbreakers looking to end these points before overtime ever comes up.
Yeah, nice open net situation here. Dave having the liberty to push up, get the offense really going. Huge somersault just to save everything. It's in the core all the way back to Starbreakers' end of the field here. Flip available for Lufoxio. As Firewall Sentry gets used, they're going to pick up one barrier. Dr. Bebop has to burn a flip here. It's just Logan made a nice crook leverage play. Back to the midfield here, Jay, and just Logan. The Tofu Fortress coming out, though. Lufoxio sending it back across into the top corner. Bam, looking for a shot, but it's going to be 2v1, and it's just slip right out of there. Over to just Logan. A shot to the top. Dr. Bebop able to sneak it out of there right before the crook leverage connects. And now into the top side, right as we hit that overtime. And here's that core speed going to come into play. See just Logan bringing it up to the top side. Bam, no, Lufoxio going to lose the strike board here. Core flip's got to be used to send it back to the bottom end. But Dave's not letting the forwards get a foothold. Ball and Ballers, just Logan dashing in and finding the snipe. That aerial's coming in huge there to send that Kazan flying across the map and catch the core in the open. It'll be Starbreakers to strike first in set 5.
Yeah, strike first, just Logan jumping in, pressing the point. Big fan of the utilization of the Dash Awakening Kazan. Obviously, both his dashes, you can cancel early, decide how far they go, that sort of thing, which makes Dash Awakening pretty comfortable, because sometimes you do just need to cover more distance. So just like we saw that last point, able to jump in, go further than I think anyone was expecting, and strike it. Really nicely played. But, bam, going for the double barrier, not quite able to find it. Ball and Ballers are looking on the back foot. They need to start going for these big plays like the double barrier, getting things like that to stop Starbreakers and all the pressure they're putting up.
Yeah, looks like they might have an opportunity here if they can get this through just Logan. Just Logan burns the flip. It doesn't go anywhere. Lufoxio shuts that down immediately, and this could be a big swing for Ball and Ballers. Lufoxio not able to find the core there, but Dr. Bebop pushing up to drop the donuts. Core flip here from Lufoxio, has the Firewall Sentry. Core flip here from Dave in return. Doesn't get it out, though. A lot of damage onto just Logan. Starbreakers looking to recover. A pass up to Jay. A little bit further down than they expected. Dr. Bebop able to rotate it back around in the midfield here to Lufoxio. And get it over to Bam, but Dave doing a good job controlling the core now. Bam, pushing up. Dave to just Logan. Drops the Firewall Sentry yet again. Both sides looking for a firm foothold, but can't find much. Slice and Dice not able to connect here. Even just Logan trying to force it through Lufoxio, finally able to make some headway, but Dr. Weeble just sends it back around, actually picks up the barrier on that one. It's Logan up to Jay in the top side, the Molten Bolt rotated around, and now just Logan on the bottom, maintaining control, looking for the pass angle, but can't find much on this map variance. Jay able to beat the glitch pop there, but just Logan is looking really hurt, and Bam's looking for the KO into the gold box, finds it with the flip, and now a power play for Ballin' Ballers. Dave trying to keep it away from Bam, but Dr. Bebop brings it up to the top side, rotates it around the glitch pop. Lufoxio keeps it in, a pass to Bam to the top corner. Dave make the save, and Lufoxio another pass to Bam. Secondary's up, but not able to find much. Up to Lufoxio again. Bam can't find the passive. Now just Logan looking in. Core flip here from Dr. Bebop to make the save. Core flip here from Lufoxio to try and send it back, but Jay able to block it. The Token Fortress coming out. Just Logan staggered, trying to stay alive, but Bam in the 1v2 finds the angle to the center and able to tie it up. A slug of a point there, and Ballin' Ballers able to stay in it.
Yeah, really. We saw Dave was just barely unable to get there in time to stop the core. A little bit of team player value might be. And oh, we saw Ballin' Ballers, like you said, slog through that point, but they were able to get just Logan 2's recovery drone. And I think a lot of like, momentum for themselves might be gone after that big KO, but still just, like, that's a nice point to refresh. Say we just lost a lot of points in a row. You know, need to come back and get back with it. Again, refresh mentally, get there. And it looks like they did. At this point, going really well for them, looking nice. Starbreakers having a little bit of trouble here. A lot of flips coming out for them as well. Again, just the double orb rep. That's a lot of energy coming out for the fellas. It looks like this game's turning around in the favor of Ballin' Ballers. Starbreakers, they really need to get this barrier, get this point if they want to sit comfortably the rest of the game. Otherwise, it's going to be tough if they want to win.
Then here, core flip comes out from Jay to send it back. Lufoxio able to catch that one, and now Dave speeding up, almost gets out of position, but able to eject one back in time. A pass to Bam, core flip save here from Dave, just barely able to snag that one. And now Jay looking for the Molten Bolt, doesn't find the snipe. Dave rotates it back around the glitch pop, though, sends it in. Jay and Dave a little confused on their assignments. It goes right in between them, and Lufoxio picks up the point for Ballin' Ballers, and they're going to be heading into a potential match point here with 3 flips available. Ballin' Ballers, a big chance to close out game 1.
Yeah, just no energy for Starbreakers at all versus the 3 flips that Ballin' Ballers have just achieved. This is going to be really tough. I do think that this is a map that favors Starbreakers. Just Logan is staggered here, but able to jump out. Meanwhile, the extra damage that the goo hits do will benefit Starbreakers a lot. But they'll have to find the value out of it and hope that Just Logan's not getting chained off the walls. There's 1 KO. That's what Starbreakers needs here, but with the barriers down, Ballin' Ballers are just 1 goal away from taking game 1 here.
Looking to kill off this power play. Dr. Bebop did with the flip, and now Bam immediately taking control on Lufoxio's respawn. Jay fighting to get this core out of this top corner, but the Token Fortress used offensively here. Lufoxio down to Bam. 3 people in the way here. Nice saves there from Jay on the goal line. Keep Starbreakers in this. Jay now pushing up with the shotgun. Dr. Bebop saves it with the log there. Bam coming back to collect the core. Pass up to just Logan, but it gets sent back around. Someone here for some damage. Foxio jumping up. There's a Firewall Sentry, but Dave will not let that connect. Keeping in the top corner. Bam looking for a shot. Doesn't find much. Gonna have another opportunity. Maybe has to go back for the orb, though. Lufoxio with the glitch pop to keep it in the zone. Core flip here from Lufoxio, blocked by just Logan. Sent back around with the team player. Dr. Bebop with the somersault. Up to Lufoxio, the shotgun from the midfield. Keeps it on Baller's side of the field. The log, though, sends it right back to Bam. Looking for the slice and dice. Not enough room, though. Looking for the secondary. Nice core flip from Jay. Able to save that one. Lufoxio passes to Bam. Strike 4 against Dave, and that'll be the game. Going to Ballin' Ballers.
Yeah, great job to the Ballin' Ballers for being able to stop all of what Starbreakers was putting up. I think that their defense was just, a massive doo-boo, and that was enough. It was able to shut down pretty much anything that Starbreakers were throwing out. Didn't matter how many KOs they got, because Dr. Bebop was there to hold 119 saves as compared to Dave's 129, but especially after the team player was picked up, it was so easy for him to just get the ball out, immediately shut down all of Starbreakers' offense, and it meant that Starbreakers had to play on the back foot so much more. But it looks like that'll be it for game 1, and I believe we just cut straight to game 2. So, bye. See you then. Bye. Back, everybody. We are moving on to game 2. Ballin' Ballers versus Starbreakers here on Gates of Obscura. We're seeing a pretty exciting comp coming out from both teams. We see Zentaro and Dubu have returned for the Ballin' Ballers with a little Estelle action. We see Aimi Goalie. Kazan is back for Starbreakers, but Juno, the J Juno Unleashed, commonly immediately banned, instantly banned, can never be allowed to play. But here, Twin Drive, Heavy Impact start. Heavy Impact only being picked up by Estelle and Zentaro. Everyone else Twin Driving it up. We'll have to see how that pays off, but until then, one barrier down for Starbreakers, which makes sense, but a big KO, and maybe they'll be able to take something in the power play here.
And a barrier down, but a player down for Ballin' Ballers here. And I'd like to point out as well, Gates of Obscura, this is Ballin' Ballers map pick. You know, they are pretty fond of this map in general, and coming in here off of a Game 1 win. It's like playing on home field advantage for them, and they're going to pick up a power play of their own now. Nice intercept there from Jay. It's Fox here with the core looking for the piercing shot. Dave's got to use a core flip to clear it out of there. Little portal, but won't find much. Just Logan back online. The Foxio pass up, but Dave makes a save here. Blabo pass to Dr. Bebop. Has to core flip it. Try and get it out of this corner through the portal. Bam, looking to capitalize. The dribble off the bumper. Stalls it out. Looks for the mix-up on Dave. Able to save it. And Jay, a nice save against Lufoxio as well on the rebound. Quick reactions from Starburst, keeping them in there. Starbreakers. I don't know why I said Starbursts. But Starbreakers keeping them in there. Just Logan down to Jay. Looking to open up this goal. And in fact, they will here. Through the portal, just Logan and crooked leverage to get control. Jay jumping in, looking for a spot to burn this flip, but won't find much. Bam clears it out of there. Foxio, a self-portal pass down to Bam, a core flip here. Jay, a save with the Blabo, some quick thinking with that secondary. Just Logan covers with the top spin. Now back out to the midfield here. Starbreakers look to recover, but it sneaks through the portal. Core flip here from Jay to send it through the portal. Foxio, a great save in the top corner. Keep this point live. Through the portal here. Bam, looking to set up, but doesn't even need to touch it. Dave had no cooldowns to catch that one. It'll just float right in. Ballin' Ballers going up first.
Yep, in that first point alone, much to think about here. I think Ballin' Ballers with the Heavy Impact have a huge damage threat early on. Obviously, like, yeah, of course, that makes sense. But it looks like Starbreakers, have lost a member, and are really banking on these extra CDs from Twin Drive and a little bit of CDR to pay off later in the game. Oh my god. But until then, we're at the beginning of the game, and I'm talking a big damage threat here. A lot, just a lot of damage coming out immediately. And that's really the power of a forward pair like Estelle Zentaro, especially on Heavy Impact. You know, they both have Bang Souls. They can just, and they'll just be doing damage, they'll be getting barriers, etc. This Starbreakers comp is definitely a late game comp, and really there's plenty of damage to pick up to supplement what they're missing. And so all these CDs, we've been seeing Jay jump around like every 5 seconds. It's crazy, but it's going to be a rough early game here until the scaling finally hits and Starbreakers have a little bit more agency in the game. Kind of like last one. We're watching a little bit of a repeat of last one. We'll have to see if they can steal it out this time, or if Ballin' Ballers won't let that happen.
Foxio, a nice dribble with a piercing shot, a core flip, but Dave with the save on the line and struck War Bam as well. Great save there from Dave in the corner. Allow Starbreakers to make something happen. We'll slip through the portal though. Bam looking to recover, gets hit stunned by the Blabo. Starbreakers looking to get out of this corner. A bad bounce off of that top bumper, gets right back to Dave, or to Bam, but Dave another great save with the core flip. Sends it back through the portal here, just Logan with the crook leverage. But it gets sent back around yet again. Lufoxio up to Bam, looking for the top, but fakes him out and shoots to the bottom instead. A nice shot from Bam, and Ballin' Ballers take set 1, 3-0.
Yep, great mix-up by Bam. Gonna be sending that one right in. And here, a little bit of a scary draft. We see Dave hovering that team player. We'll probably get it. There's just too much to deny, or too much for Lufoxio to want. Will be denying the team player, though, recognizing that as incredibly dangerous, not letting that go through. But that means that things like 1-2 punch, explosive, are all going to be falling down. 1-2 punch denied by Dr. Bebop, not letting it get to the Juno here. Big Fish denied from Just Logan 2, no size. But still picking up specialized training with that twin drive is going to be really nice. And Dash Awakening for Jay. And extra special for Dave. All of a sudden, things are looking pretty good for Starbreakers. A lot of denies came out, but still, like, Ball and Ballers just played to deny and got okay awakenings. Team Player is definitely their best pick, but I feel like Starbreakers still made off with wonderful awakening picks.
Yeah, ultimately I think Ball and Ballers mostly just denied as much as they could and got some pretty decent stuff out of it. But so far this game, they've just kind of been playing better consistently enough offensively. And I think they're just kind of relying on that to continue to carry them through. But right now, Starbreakers have opened up the net. Dave up in the midfield here. Jay almost able to get the core. Just Logan a back pass here to Dave. Bam almost able to capitalize on that, but it'll be Lufoxio through the portal, though Jay is waiting right there, jumping in the Tofu Fortress to send it back through. Core flip from Dave. Through the portal, Dr. Bebop can't read the somersault and goes past the core. Dave with the point. Off of that, flip through the portal, and Starbreakers will put themselves on the board this game.
Yeah, 1 point on the board. I imagine a few more to come. That point looked really nice for them. I think that, especially with the extra special, is going to help Dave a ton. I don't think Starbreakers can lose kickoff anymore. And I think the last set, they lost a few kickoffs and lost the game because of it. But now they get to control the tempo of the game's beginning. And with this ranged Imi pick, like, you're not saving barriers super well. Like, we can be real. But just having all this tempo to keep the ball on the other side is really, really helping their chances of winning here.
Yeah, already we've seen some big plays on net from Starbreakers, but Ball and Ballers holding firm. A nice barrier there from Bam. And Lufoxio and Dr. Bebop backed into a corner. Lufoxio sends it through the portal to avoid the Juno ult here. Over to Bam in the top corner, but Starbreakers holding this midfield line pretty solidly. Bam finally able to bring it into the corner. Core flip here from Lufoxio, keeps it in the corner, and Bam brings down the barrier, opens up the net. Xenold immediately is able to get a hit stun on Dave to sink it in. Ball and Ballers tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, a great ult there, perfectly placed, clipping Dave right at the end, sealing the deal, getting it in, confirming with the passive there. Yeah, really well played, and that's sort of what I'm talking about. Is like Starbreakers doesn't have a defense. They are full glass cannon, 100% offense, that kind of thing. And now I think their struggle is kind of like sealing the deal on the goal versus this Dubu, which is, I think, really good at shutting out Kazan. But not if Logan's going to be jumping in, winning a nice strike war, getting that point, and bringing us 1 point away from taking the set for Starbreakers.
Starbreakers looking for this opportunity. Don't want to have what happened last game happen again, and Ball and Ballers bringing back a set. Make things harder than they need to be. Just Logan looking for these barriers, but Ball and Ballers not letting up. It gets back to Bam in the top corner. Zenol picks up a barrier here. Core flip looking for a second one. Gets it on the rebound, and now Dr. Bebop looking to send it back up the field to try and get some shots on net going. Through the portal here, Bam looking to recover. Starbreakers, though, pass it up to Jay. Has the Blobo, but the Tofu Fortress making things difficult. As Bam looking for a breakaway, doesn't find much. Dave sends it back around. Firewall Sentry in the top corner, but it's Bam dribbling up the field into the top corner, looking for the slice and dice. Dave, nothing to contest it with. It's just going to get forced back into the box, and Ball and Ballers now are going to tie it on .5.
Yeah, but here it comes. Might just be a repeat of last game, but if we can see Starbreakers seal out this point, we have something a little bit different on our hands, but it looks like Starbreakers has a limited amount of time on defense. You know, if the ball is on their half for longer than like 10-15 seconds, give or take, the barriers are going down, and that's not any fault of anyone but the comp itself. They have to have the ball pushed up the whole time, and here it's looking great for them. We see a lot of damage coming on to Bam. Barriers threatened. The problem is that Dr. Bebop is just so like the perfect player in this situation to counter this incredible offense, because the Dubu is just shutting it all down.
And they'd be pretty solid on this map. Dr. Bebop missed the somersault, but did not get punished for it, luckily. Through the portal here, though, Jay is waiting to just send it back into the top corner. A pass to just Logan, able to clip the front of that barrier. Now both nets opened up here in overtime. Zenolt coming out from Bam. Lufoxio recover. Core flip from Bam to the top side. Right through Dave. Couldn't find the strike. And Ballers take another set here. That one on point 5. Bam, the MVP. They are looking to run away with this game too and take the series.
Yeah, really, it has a complete, like, every awakening you could ever want. We see the bulk up, the super surge. Might want to go with the super surge, but no, still sticking with the bulk up, just doubling down on staggering power. But that does mean Dave picks up Deadeye, which is going to be incredibly significant. The hot shot denied from Jay, not letting that go through, but now that's Twin Drive Primetime, and a Size Awakening has hit just Logan. Recovery drone, no less. Going to be great for staying alive because we did see him get KO'd that previous set. Going to be very nice. Dash Awakening on Lufoxio is going to be pretty nice as well, but again, I feel like another big power spike for Starbreakers, whereas we still have much better picks for Ballers this game. The bulk up, I think, is going to be incredibly significant, especially for fighting back against the damage picked up here in the Deadeye on Dave. But still, this is make or break for Starbreakers, of course. It's win this set, start bringing back this game, or lose the series. And I think with the comp they have, this is their perfect opportunity to do so.
And right now, Starbreakers, who have the pressure, going hard in that bottom corner. Ballers, though, able to get it out, though. Bam getting punished for it, dies with the core flip up. And that's going to be a big break here for Starbreakers. If they can get it past the Foxtail, is doing a good job just buying time on Starbreaker's side of the field. Back to the portal, a core flip burnt here as well to just keep it lobbed in this top corner, and Bam, right back online. Ballers have been excellent at killing the power plays throughout this entire series. I don't think Starbreakers get anything in the 2v3s. Bam, a nice bait on Dave's core flip here. Now has the core on the top side. Lufoxio keeping it in. A nice save here from Dave, though. Keep it going, and now back up. Starbreakers forwards has the Lobos available. Ballers able to sneak it out of there over to Bam, and he's going to open up the goal. Receives the pass here from Lufoxio, and Bam finding the top of the net again. Ballers keep the streak going.
Yep, the Ballin' train is just continuing to go through. Bam, great reaction time, catching the core right there with how fast it was going. Able to strike it up in the top corner. Really appreciate that. It's really nice. And seeing a little bit of a scary kickoff for Starbreakers starting on their side, but able to get it out. Burn a flip from Dr. Bebop, which is pretty monumental. That guy with flip has insane aura. Just he's in there like, I'm not getting through this guy. We got to get through this flip somehow. But big power play here, big opportunity. But again, just trying to shove through these corners. It's looking really tough. Able to get one barrier, but Dr. Bebop just stands before them, able to hold on to this one last barrier.
Nice glitch pop there from Dave, able to capitalize. He's going on that top corner. A bit of a sketchy Tofu Fortress here, but Ballers able to navigate. There's Logan in the top corner. Nice spacing from Dr. Bebop to get the strike back up and win that, but Jay pushing it hard. A nice somersault to save it. So far, Dr. Bebop looking impenetrable. Lufoxio able to flip to get out of there. Jay looking for the secondary self-pass, doesn't find it though, and it's just Bam who ends up capitalizing, picking up a barrier. Now Jay down to just Logan, the piercing shot, cuts the pass, core flip here from Dave through the portal. Dr. Bebop with the somersault, portal pass to Bam. Dave makes the save. Dr. Bebop once again trying to get it through this portal, but just Logan guarding it fervently. Pass up to Jay here. Lufoxio, a nice save, and a piercing shot to lob it back over to where Dave is. Their own portal down to just Logan, looking for the top side with the crooked leverage, but core from Dr. Bebop sends it back around. A Tofu Fortress comes out in front of the portal, and a nice bounce opens up Starbreaker's side of the field. With Foxio blinking in, and Dave didn't quite read that one, it looks like. And it's just going to bounce right in. Lufoxio credited with the point here. And Ballers now on series points.
Yeah, just not quite the bounce Dave was looking for there. And it all comes down to this. If Starbreakers want even a chance at winning, this point has to go really well. And it's starting by them absolutely mobbing Bam. just not letting that guy go. And honestly, not a bad start because that's KO right there. This is their chance. The problem is that it really is Lufoxio and Dr. Bebop that's giving them trouble. Like, their defense is just so confident, whereas obviously Starbreakers has a much shakier time. Getting rid of Big Anime, or Bam, whoa. Jump scare is great for relieving the pressure, but there's only so much you can only relieve the pressure so much before you have to sit down and say we need to start pushing forward. You know, it's stalling as opposed to making progress, which is fine because it's an opportunity to make progress. But again, the real sore spots are Lufoxio and Dr. Bebop, especially just holding it down so confidently.
Big offense there from Ball and Ballers. The barriers will fall now, and both sides opened up. Jay, a nice self-pass through the portal! Sneaking up on him. The big stealth play in overtime to finally get around Ball and Ballers' gold line defense, which has been so stalwart. And Starbreakers, that's what it took for them to get on the board here and maybe start a reverse sweep. You gotta start climbing the mountain at some point, right? And this is where they begin.
Yeah, big mountain to climb.
Big mountain to
Massive mountain to climb. This is about as far down as you can be in a series. And so, very, very big mountain to climb. But it looks like that point really did help the Starbreakers' mental. I feel like they've been playing a lot more confidently going in the past 30 seconds. Big KO found, bam, a drop on that guy, and now Just Logan in the 1v1 shut down. But here at Starbreakers, they have a chance to start getting things done. And for their perspective, if their mental's up, they have to hope that Ball and Baller's mental is down a little bit. Bam seems to be pretty unaffected, just jumping in, getting all the Zentaro stuff done as well. But really, just they need anything. They don't need Logan's recovery drone to be procced pretty bad, but Bam looking low, an opportunity there. Running back for the orb. That's still some stalling, some pressure relieved for Starbreakers. They really just need everything they can take right now. Is Logan getting staggered once again, threatened here. Things are looking a little tough. I don't know if they're able to defend against this onslaught here.
See, the piercing thorns from Lufoxio will be enough to snipe it in, and Ball and Ballers taking the series in 2 games there. A very solid game, too. This is their map, after all, and they certainly played like they owned it on that one. Taking just a quick look at these stats here as well. I mean, everything was coming up. Ballers, that game for sure, and you said it, Dr. Bebop in those corners. Impossible to get through, but even on the open net, Dr. Bebop and Lufoxio had some pretty crazy reactions on the defense. They saved a lot of goals that I think a lot of their teams would have let in, and that was a huge difference maker, not only in this game, but also through this entire series, even in that really tight game 1.
Yeah, the Doctor was just the remedy they needed on this map. That guy was just not letting anything through, and it is really difficult. Gates is such a corner-oriented map. It really fits the Ball and Ballers playstyle, where Dr. Bebop blocks these melee goalies, locks down the enemy forwards, and then Bam shows up on, you got Shazam, Asher. I'm sure he plays a third character. I haven't seen it, but both of those characters are just exceptional in the corner. You do a ton of damage. You push through with all your abilities. Like they are corner the team. Really comfortable there, and they won out on Gates here. Like you said, it's their map, and it's their map for a reason. And come here, get a clean 3-0, and that's that. Anyway, that's it for this series. Anything else you have to say?
Nope. I mean, GG's the Ball and Ballers. That's all. Yeah, that's all for this series, for this week 3 matchup.
Yep, congrats. And we'll be moving on to the next match. I don't know what it is. You'll find out. We'll see you then. Bye.
づかない感情難しい言葉などいらないと気づいたんだ茜に染まった過去と今を癒せ手段は執念の炎と心とも魂を燃やせ尽きない命と共に奴を道連れに最高のショータイムこの世の終わりが不死の呪いどちらかが勝利を収めるこの炎は消えない
All right, Dragon Slayers 2 versus Oncoming Traffic in. Hey, I don't know what kind of matchup this is. It's gonna be a crazy matchup probably. Taiko Temple, game 1, extra special aerials start here. We see Dragon Slayers 2. They're bringing out the Luna midfield. They're gonna try to make some noise with it. It's Boot Luna, by the way. It is not Pummeler's Luna, so that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Mag Souls on Luna is probably the more reliable pick to go, right? Kind of helps to make up for some of her weaknesses in the midfield and doesn't make you totally reliant on KOs for tempo, especially since the recent Luna knockback nerfs. I think that Pummeler's Luna is a substantially more risky pick than it used to be because it's just that much harder to make knockback KOs work. So you're pretty much betting on getting stagger KOs just through sheer damage. But speaking of tempo, she's not here today. It's Spartan playing for the side of Oncoming Traffic, and that means that they're running a very different sort of game from what we're used to. This is a double midfield game that they're playing with Coin on the IME, which is certainly a unique pick. You know, I would have thought if you're going to have Spartan come in, play the midfield, you'd probably just have Coin run a brawler. But they've opted for the double midfield here, which does mean that they are also very far from their usual home of just trying to murder the enemy team as much as possible. Coin is really the only one here with the potential to kill, and Twisty doesn't even have to burn a flip to find a goal. If we have Oncoming Traffic focusing on core control, but they're the ones without barriers, and we have 3 core flips on the side of Dragon Slayers 2. This is looking like a bit of a spooky game for them, at least in set 1.
Yeah, still 3 flips available for Dragon Slayers 2. Twisty gonna burn one there. Insta flip there from Striker Kai. Manages to get... Oh, that was an interaction. Manages to get the barrier, but Luke loses both of them off of that push-up from midfield. Now it's both goals open just like that. Spartan with the core has the barrage. Nice save from Luke with the Asher secondary. Now Spartan dribbling off the center into the firewall sentry. Striker Kai makes a save at the bottom side. Luke tries to get it back out to Twisty here. Can't get very far off the end of the field. A nice dash from Twisty, finally able to convert something. The oncoming traffic skull box right now, but Twisty is staggered. Has to be careful. Core floats right back toward the midfield here. Striker Kai beats Coin for the pass. Luke tries to send it back in. The glitch pop to buy some time. Spartan with the pass up, but Striker Kai keeps it out of the sentry. Gets it back across, but now oncoming traffic with the snipe from the Giga Blast. Doesn't find it there. Twisty interrupts the pass. First Coin. Trying to find something in this top corner for oncoming traffic, but not able to get much. Just flyby boost there from Striker Kai to steal the core, but just gets sent right back around where Coin is able to make it happen on the open net to tie the game.
And you know what? I've just figured out why the teams look the way they do, Lego. With the draft order that happened, it was Luke who picked up Asher first for the side of Dragon Slayers 2, and Coin and Spartan saw that as an opportunity to deny away two of Striker Kai's most infamous picks, this Kai and this Aimi, in addition to the fact that, you know, they were also planning on running a Now in the goal box. It was pretty much just locking out picks from Striker Kai. I'm surprised that Striker Kai didn't opt to pick up the Now, that he did go for the Luna, but he seems to be doing fine on it so far. But it definitely looks like oncoming traffic were looking to just win this game in the midfield. But Striker Kai is showing them that he is certainly not homeless off of the Kai and the Aimi.
Let's see another nice goal here off the Zen passive. The Dragon Slayers 2 now up on set point, looking pretty comfortable. Striker Kai has been playing pretty well on this Luna, though, I must say, despite having the picks taken away. I think the extra special has definitely helped out a little bit here. They've just been focusing a lot more on the core control, using that boot speed and just using the boost to get around the map rather than trying to get some damage. And so far, it's working out pretty good for Dragon Slayers 2.
Yeah, and I mean, need I say more about Twisty's Zentaro? Every single time she whips it out, it is a show. It's cinema. I don't see anybody else chaining together nearly as many of weird techs. And nice dash there, right in the middle of all three members of oncoming traffic. Striker Kai will find the set. But yeah, it's Twisty Zentaro. It's a pairing as old as time. But it's Striker Kai who snags the set MVP here. And we're eyeing Fight or Flight, 1-2 punch. There's also Among Titans here is a pretty big awakening. Timeless potentially for Coin. Lots and lots of very valuable things in the draft.
Flight ends up falling to Twisty, second to last pick there. Reptile gonna just get picked up by Spartan at the end. But yeah, we got the interesting Among Titans pickup there on Luke. Just getting the speed on the Asher and boosting up the Luna and the Zentaro's size. I think that's not something you see too often, but it's just going to allow for more offensive pressure from Dragon Slayers 2, which I think is just going to play pretty nicely into what they've been doing.
I mean, there are a lot of people who would see that pickup and say, "Oh, but you're taking size off of your Asher. Like, how could you do that?" I've been saying it for a while now. I think that size, especially on Asher goalie, is not particularly valuable. I think that, or not that it's not valuable, but I think that it's like overvalued. Off what a insane way for that angle to be scored, by the way, off of the taiko drum. It just floats on through Spartan, who's expecting Striker Kai to catch it. I guess Striker Kai was probably also expecting to catch that ball.
Everyone missed. That was an interesting goal.
Task failed successfully. But yeah, no, I like that Among Titans pickup on Luke. I think it's very good. I don't think you really need size to make Asher goalie shine, to make her work. And I think speed is much more valuable than that size. And then giving size to your forwards as well is always going to be nice. They're cracking open the goal box.
Twisty went for the shot to the center. So far, oncoming traffic able to hold, though. The onslaught continues. Multiple shots on net. I mean, even Luke is up on the midfield line right now. And then Striker Kai just holding back there. That offense was going. Core flip here from Mangoes. Finally be able to rotate it around, but will oncoming traffic be able to do anything with it? Core flip here from Luke. Sends it backwards, gets their own goalie, or gets their own barrier, and then loses the second one as well. And this could be the break that oncoming traffic needs for this point. Mangoes with the core. Barely avoids Twisty, but gonna get the better of him with the slice and dice. Off a nice evade there. That was the ult cancel on the
Yeah, that's the
Zentaro to
second
get up
time
there.
that she's whipped that tech out this match, and both times it has very quickly turned the tide in the favor of Dragon Slayers. I mean, I never see anybody do that Zen ult cancel in high level competitive play. It seems like it's so rare that it comes out. And Twisty is showcasing just how powerful of a tech it is. I mean, we've been seeing her make plays with it for a while now, but the plays don't stop coming, at least until she's KO'd by Coin, who finds the IME kill combo there.
Now with the power play. The turret setup, core flip here. And Coin doesn't go very far. Striker Kai forced back into the corner right now, trying to stay alive. Coin almost gets the barrier. Core flip there from Luke, able to save it. Spartan able to pick up the KO with the barrage. Now power play for oncoming traffic. Especially trying to hold the line. Not let this barrier fall, but the firewall sentry's up. Nice save from Luke with the primary. And the power play will end. Still oncoming traffic. Mostly keeping possession. They're getting pushed back to their net a little bit here, but they have both barriers to work with. Coin pushing up with all abilities. Striker Kai just clears it right back out. Twisty, unfortunate bounce off the corner drum. Won't find a barrier there, and just get back to Coin. Sets up another firewall sentry here. Luke holding on, but the last hit of that sentry will bring down that barrier. Now finally an open net, but Twisty evening up the score. Just a one interaction picks up both with the core flip. Now it's opened up for both sides. Coin to the top. Luke makes a save with the secondary, and Coin not able to catch the rebound. Mango sends it back in. Striker Kai and Twisty, though, looking to push back up the field here. Glitch Pop and a Giga Blast to send it back across toward Luke. Barrage and the Firewall Sentry come out, but it just slips out of their possession. And now Twisty pushing up with the Slice and Dice, goes for the passive. Core flip from Mangoes to clear it out of there. Twisty trying to get her hands on it once again. Slice and Dice looking for a board flick, but Mangoes right there to catch it. Luke down to Striker Kai, sets up the rocket. There's a Zenol looking for a shot to the top. Doesn't have the angle. Boosting comes from Striker Kai, and Twisty right there to catch the rebound with the primary, and that'll be another set going over to Dragon Slayers too.
I mean, I'll say it. I think that when it comes to successors in the line of Zentaro innovators, I think no one gets closer to the top of the charts up where Borg is than Twisty. This is some seriously impressive comboing that she's pulling out here. She will be grabbing stacks on stacks. Coin will grab a bulk up. Probably, the two highest value awakenings going there to the first two spots in the draft. Striker Kai will find a second spark. That's agility and strength on his side, which is a very powerful combo on this Luna midfield. Mangoes will be grabbing Spark of Focus, though. Leadership is still on the table, offering a potential third Spark for Striker Kai if they float to a third set. But with the way that Dragon Slayers 2 have been playing, Lego, I'm not really seeing a third set, or I guess a fourth set, rather. This is the third set, and I'm expecting it to be the final.
And Dragon Slayers have been pretty unrelenting.
What a double barrier
from Dragon Slayers as Mangoes is a little bit out of position. Not able to catch up to it. Luke with the core, and that's going to be a KO coming up as well. Power play for Dragon Slayers. Potentially finish off this point right here. A loop down to Twisty in the corner off the dribble. And just sink it right in. Dragon Slayers just keep the streak going.
Well, and when you have two Sparks on Luna, it's almost like her knockback never got nerfed. Those rockets are sending the members of oncoming traffic barreling down the highway at unprecedented speeds. Speaking of unprecedented speeds, an unfortunate own double barrier there from Striker Kai, but this power play here might mean that it doesn't really matter too much.
Yeah, still have a core flip up on Luke as well. Coin trying to hold on and buy some time here. Spartan is back online. A pass up to Coin. A nice save here from Luke. Core flip comes out from Coin as well. They're just going to get intercepted. Now Twisty in the top corner. Looking for the dash into a quick strike. A nice setup here from Twisty. Just gets it right around Mangoes. And Dragon Slayers bring it to game point.
Yeah, when I first started learning Zentaro, that ult into secondary combo was actually taught to me as a no-no by Borg. It was, the forbidden combo. You barely ever have time to set up a secondary off of an ult. But Twisty knows. Twisty knows when she has the time. And she nailed it perfectly, striking off of her own ult there and following it up with a beautiful secondary. So yeah, I could gush about Twisty's Zentaro for days, but the rest of Dragon Slayers 2 is putting on a show as well. And I think that the Act 3 of that show is going to come very shortly in the form of a match point.
Save here from oncoming traffic as they get it back around. They'll pick up the second barrier. So they try to hold on for dear life, but it seems like it's a matter of time right now. Striker Kai just point blank blocks Coin's flip, but Twisty gets taken off the map. And maybe an opportunity for oncoming traffic to stay in this a little bit longer. Luke reads the glitch pop. Able to make the clear successfully. Pass Splitter to buy some time here as well. And Twisty right back online. Striker Kai's got a flip available. Get back pass here. Boosting in. Gets the flip mid boost, but not able to find the strike. And it's just going to get stalled out. Luke, gets the back bounce off the drum. Oh, that's unfortunate. Made the save, and the drum sent it right back at him and into the net. So it will be an own goal on Dragon Slayers, but that's not a reliable way for oncoming traffic to score.
You just gotta make Luke feel like he has to strike at that spot every single time.
The 1% chance of that happening every single time.
I believe. No, this is disgusting. I mean, Luke basically has free momentum boots with this Cauldrons plus Among Titans. Almost, the whole 15% speed up. And it doesn't get removed when he gets hit. Like, that is just 12% speed on this Asher permanently. He's able to just come up to the midfield line whenever he wants to, which just means that even more offensive pressure than is already warranted by this Luna Zentaro is coming out, because you've also got an Asher pushing up with you and another KO. I mean, on all fronts, Striker Kai coming in to steal the final goal. That is a sweeping victory for Dragon Slayers 2.
Pretty dominant game one from Dragon Slayers 2. Looks pretty good. We'll take a look at this stat screen here. Oncoming traffic just really did not have an answer to really anything. They couldn't really get much offense going, and Twisty was winning like every interaction. And we pointed it out before that they picked Striker Kai's two best characters, but they banned Mako, so maybe they need to take a look at this Zentaro character and figure out something to do about that. Maybe that's the play for game 2. I don't know.
Yeah, well, but even with Twisty being the one that, I was talking about so much, making so many flashy plays, it was Striker Kai who came away with the MVP. Striker Kai who came away with 177 redirects, the most in the lobby, and of course pumped out plenty of damage, the second most in the lobby, followed shortly by Coin, who didn't even get too many KOs. He found a couple, but I think they were both kill combos. Maybe one of them one of them was a glitch pop off the Taiko drum, but it was mostly KO and damage tempo on the side of Dragon Slayers 2, and Striker Kai clearly had no problems performing in the midfield. So I agree with you, Lego. Headed into game 2, I expect to see oncoming traffic approach this draft significantly differently.
Game 2 here on Atlas's Lab. Spec training, Spark of Agility start. Everyone's going spec training except for Striker Kai. He's going with the Spark. But the Vice goalie, Twisty on the X. Dragon Slayers 2 are not messing around this time, and Zentaro wasn't even banned by oncoming traffic. This is just going to be a damage match from all sides.
And speaking of not messing around, if I didn't have my glasses on, I might be able to believe that this was Tempo Melon playing this game. We have Spartan on the Rune, running the Rune Luna Bullcrap, a famous staple in the oncoming traffic repertoire. So, yep, there's the Banish. I don't even need the Luna Nuke to follow it up, but this is undoubtedly going to mean some KOs from oncoming traffic that we didn't get to see them get too much last game. So, Twisty and Striker Kai are not going to have nearly as much consistent rule of the map as they did in Game 1.
Twisty already taking a lot of damage. Doesn't matter. Gets bumped into the right position to get the bell ringer off and score that goal. So Dragon Slayers 2 will be keeping the scoring streak up headed into Game 2 here. But I think the playing field is a lot more even so long as Coin and Spartan are able to set up more consistent KOs and just kind of capitalize on these power plays. If you can shut down X early, you can get much needed foothold in this series.
Yeah, definitely. X is always a bit of a weak point when playing against KO teams, especially early on, right? That being said, it is actually Striker Kai who gets KO'd there, and Twisty's completely fine, despite being sent to the edge of the map there. But it's pretty easy. He's slow. He generally, he has a big hitbox. He doesn't have any like fast reaction abilities that he can use to like evade anything. So he's just easy to hit with stuff early on in the game, and it is going to be very important that oncoming traffic take advantage of that before we get to the infamous set 4X, when a lot of those weaknesses can usually be erased by scaling picked up at the draft.
And Coin looking for this barrier and get the angle they were looking for. Flips back around. Neither team too eager to hard commit to one side of the field here with a lot of ranged abilities. Striker Kai almost finding a goal there. Oncoming traffic able to hold on. It's now Spartan with the core boosting against Coin, but Luke was ready for it and won the strike war against the boost. Great reaction there. Spartan will the back pass. Twisty looking for a shot. Crater Maker comes out, but Luke able to find the clear. There's a supernova to send back across, but Coin keeping the core, pushing up, sling around the black hole. Twisty looking for the dribble into the X Maximus in the bottom corner. Dragon Slayers 2 bringing it to set point. Bit of a quiet point, that one. Not a whole lot of fighting going on. Not a whole lot of crazy plays either. Everyone was kind of keeping their distance and being wary of the like the Runel.
Yeah, I mean, Striker Kai was staggered for a good chunk of the point, and he's already staggered again, but just no one was able to find a confirm onto him on the side of oncoming traffic, which is, I will say, probably the biggest weakness of the comp that they're playing, is that they don't have too much of an ability to confirm kills. For the time being, Striker Kai will stay alive, and that'll be a 3-0 set headed the way of Dragon Slayers 2. Luke coming away with the MVP. And on Vice Goalie, that's a pretty massive deal, especially when you've already got spec training, and extra special is the first thing showing up in the draft.
Yeah, we'll be that happy star. Over to this Vice. Missile prop here for Coin. Team player picked up by Striker Kai, though. Already some really good awakenings falling to the side of Dragon Slayers. Primetime will go to the Rune. Ad rush here for Twisty, and Mango's just going to go for the glass cannon here. And Dragon Slayers 2 come out, I think, pretty well on that end of the draft.
I definitely don't think that it was a bad draft for oncoming traffic, but certainly more of those massive swing awakenings in that draft went to the side of Dragon Slayers. I mean, there were so many characters in this game vying for that extra special. You've got Rune, you've got Luna, even Aimee, absolutely loves the extra special. So Luke being able to pick that up early and already having spec training from the start of the match is a very big deal. And I mean, I would never believe that we're running X Vice here if I was just looking at how fast and efficient that point was. But when you've got a Kai in the middle of it all, kind of coordinating this offense, Dragon Slayers 2 are very similar to Game 1, feeling like they have no weakness in this series.
Already picking up a KO here. They have the power play, and they're going to pick up both barriers off of it. Luke pushing up to the midfield, down to Striker Kai, back to Luke, playing around with it. Mango's be able to steal here, but a core flip from Twisty picks up another KO, and the power play just continues for Dragon Slayers. Luke makes a great stealth pass there off the eject button, brings it up into the top side. The Dragon Slayers on set point yet again. It's looking like dominance this series.
Yeah, and this ad rush is already making this, a lot of the weaknesses of this X that we were talking about in set 1 kind of fade away. As soon as Twisty is able to get a kill or an assist, has so much speed that she doesn't need to worry about playing her life at all, essentially. Now, Coin and Spartan are trying their best to make sure that she gets shut down before she can make anything else happen. But this X Maximus on the barrier finds another play, and Twisty once more continues to be fearless in the face of oncoming traffic.
Got another KO coming out from Luke. Supernova in the midfield. 2 flips available as well on this power play. Coin boosting in, but Striker Kai with the core flip picks up the KO. They're not able to find the point there, though. There's a bad angle on the bounce. They do lose their second barrier, but the power play just continues. Luke and Twisty just passing up the field. Core flip here from Luke. Gets blocked by the rune pillar. Oncoming traffic managing to hold on. Supernova coming out, though, and Coin's just sent launching yet again across the field. They do need to score this point, though. The longer Dragon Slayers drag this out, the worse it's going to get. Coin boosting in. It's able to just barely grab that. I think Twisty might have been chasing them, looking for a KO, and that's what happens when you dally around and no, don't score the points. They'll give oncoming traffic at least on the board for now.
I got to say kudos to the defense of oncoming traffic there. It was a very scary 2v2 situation. Not even 2v2. It was a power play that Dragon Slayers had that they were able to hold through to make that point happen. And now Twisty is still very much getting KO'd. It looked like, you know, her brief reign over set 1 was just that, brief. And Dragon Slayers are now not looking as in control of this match. Right as I say that, though, that is an ad rush proc. Mangoes did just burn his flip. That's a double power play.
Oh, it's a 2v1 right now.
Oh my gosh, it's an ace!
The damage is real from Dragon Slayers. And it might just be the game. Twisty's going to be the MVP as well, getting first pick. I mean, you can just pick up Reptile Remedy and just not die. Or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's a Reptile Remedy angle here, absolutely.
There's a spark on the board. Striker Kai's the only one who has a spark as well, so...
Yeah, it's going to be denied away by Mangoes, but that means he still gets Reptile Remedy. Okay. Which doesn't leave any survivability for the forwards of oncoming traffic. It is literally just going to be a race to see if you can kill Twisty as oncoming traffic before she gets a kill and assist, which is going to be hard to do now because she's got recovery drone. Then you'll be all good. But if she's able to find a kill or an assist anywhere in there, it's going to be a more or less unstoppable engine. And you've got Luke helping to dish out so much damage from the back line. I mean, this Vice goalie is putting in some real numbers here. So yeah, it is a spooky situation for oncoming traffic.
They've managed to pick up both barriers here early on, though. Maker coming out. Dragon Slayers, though, with the core. Luke linking up with the Supernova. They'll pick up one barrier. The center here. Twisty covering the core. Dragon Slayers pushing back up. The Banish, though, coming out onto Twisty. Manages to survive, though. No big follow-up coming out. Now the X Maximus getting popped. And that's the second barrier gone. Luke with the core sends it back here into the midfield. teleporting up. Another Supernova coming out. They try to get on the right side of it, but Mango's able to make save. Coin boosting in, not able to find the core. Dragon Slayer's looking to push back up the field. Luke has a flip available, but it's just the Giga Blast from Striker Kai in the corner that'll be enough to get it through. And Dragon Slayers 2 striking first in set 3. 2 more of those. They'll take this series.
Yeah, and I mean, you got this X, the infamous scaling character. I was talking about getting a set 4X. Dragon Slayers 2 proving that you don't even need a set 4X if you can just get some insane momentum going in the first 2 sets. It's going to take some plays from oncoming traffic. I will say, one thing that I haven't seen them whip out yet that I was expecting to see a lot of is the banish into Crater Maker combo that, they're so known for running. Normally, you're securing the damage from the Crater Maker with that rune banish, but they've been busy with other things all game. I mean, 2 of them are staggered right now. They're struggling to get barriers. They have just managed to find one, but now they're in the midst of a reverse power play, and Twisty's got the ad rush on, and it's just Spartan on the board, and it's all going to hell for oncoming traffic, Lego.
Yeah, what do you do there? A quick double KO, and that's the point. Match point here for Dragon Slayers 2. I mean, that's all they need. They ran away with this match in the first point, it feels like. Oncoming traffic just weren't able to recover. Big Supernova absolutely chunks the back line of oncoming traffic. And Twisty's just hunting these KOs. Core flip comes out from Luke. Does eat up the Crater Maker. But there's a nice back pass to Striker Kai to just buy time, I guess. Now Dragon Slayers 2.
Oh my god.
VX Maximus, the second barrier is gone. Twisty's just looking for this KO. Spartan barely alive at the moment. Twisty looking for the goal line. Trying 2 crazy saves on the goal line, but the players are falling left and right. A banish perfectly timed here to stay alive. It's just Coin versus the Supernova and Twisty. It's over. I mean, they're just playing around. Dragon Slayers 2 did it. I mean, the black hole? Where'd Twisty go? Disconnected instantaneously.
My gosh.
Yeah.
It's a
okay, well,
slaughter.
yeah. Yeah, that was a train wreck. The traffic couldn't get off the train tracks. The traffic couldn't get off the train tracks.
Yeah. Oh,
Ding,
man.
ding, 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 ding. The bars came down and it was gridlock.
Not all dragons have wings. Some have wheels. I'll say it. Dragon Slayers 2 living up to their name. Swift 2-0. Only 1 goal to the name of oncoming traffic. That batch. That's insane. 11 KOs and 3 of those were an ace. I mean, just multiple insane power plays. Left, right, center. Every which way there's a Dragon Slayer standing there to cut you down. What an impressive series. And before we go, Lego, you have any other closing thoughts on the insanity we just witnessed?
No.
Nope. We've already said it all.
I've seen it all.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's an entertaining one. Looking forward to seeing what else Dragon Slayers 2 cook up for the rest of the season. But until then, have a wonderful day.
Shoot
to match 4 of the North American Strikers Academy, week 3. You might recognize me. I'm back. You can't get rid of me. And here we are in for HMG versus ADR, a couple of acronym teams loading up on this Clarion game. Fighter flight start for everyone, rocking out a little bit of extra speed. I'm joined by Cardsmith. Cardsmith, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Not as great as the players in this game, with the one barrier going down already. But I'm excited to see these two comps in action. I think more of a traditional comp on the right-hand side with Wallaby, General Twee, and Bertram. And then a little bit of the Rune goalie special from Tragic. I know he likes to pick a lot with the momentum boots, but he's got to be worried about this goal being scored on him, as General Twee, with the strikes in the era primary, able to get it done. And I think that's how these first couple points are going to go. But as the cooldown awakenings are going to be picked up by Tragic, I think maybe the creations will be out there long enough so that way those scoring opportunities don't happen as much.
Yeah, I think it's going to take a little bit for the Rune goalie to scale up and become oppressive. Until then, just kind of hanging out really tough into the era Asher. Just got big funnel comp coming out from ADR, and it's working. You know, Wallaby at incredibly low stagger, but still able to get both the barriers. It's going to take a little bit for, I think, this Rasmus to get online as well. Is definitely sitting back, having to do a lot of work. Get a little scary there on the defense, but obviously Rasmus, an incredible brawler, has a lot of potential, and gonna have to see if he can scale up. Right now, though, Twee and Wallaby both with flips. Incredibly scary. Wallaby uses his right there in that mash. Gets banished, could be KO'd here. Almost gets it from the flip, but not quite, and because he stayed alive, was able to push it through. Tragic trying to leave a secondary pillar, but Wallaby, it's a little bit too big. Canceling that out, getting it through, and putting ADR up 2-0 right now.
Yeah, it was a little awkward. I think Tragic wanted to use the secondary, obviously, but realized that they were going to teleport all the way to the opposite side of the map, so it was a little bit scary putting the core just in the middle of nowhere with that banish in order to get the kill, but fortunately can't confirm it, and as a result, lose the point here. Right here, a barrier taken down straight away for HMG, but double barrier potential from Wallaby can't quite get there, and the flips are built up on red side, so that's for an explosive point, but not as explosive as that kill, as General Twee just gets taken off the map. Power play starts up for HMG, but nothing starting yet on this power play, and Wallaby just keeps the core on the left-hand side, and as a result, nothing really is gained from either side from this power play.
Yeah, bit of a slow go. Tragic getting the orb once again. Just Bertram on the signature Dubu. The Lion does not care about your meta reads. He'll be rocking out on the Boo no matter what. And it's looking like an iron wall. This guy's not letting anything go. Meanwhile, second barrier down. And for both teams, a little bit of action from both sides. And Zay with a great strike ward, the beam not quite catching the core right there, it looks like. It actually relevant era change, perhaps. You know, the beam not coming out as quickly. We do see Tweet on era. Been a big fan even before the change. Was playing era a lot, but I think even with the 0.3 second beam coming out, still beneficial to the character quite a bit. And as we can see, able to beam Wallaby, who gets both barriers and just, you know, a ton of pressure. Looking a little low on stagger, but still has. They have so much momentum right now as the ball rolls in. Oh no!
Yeah, that's just an unfortunate goal, and it just wins the set, right? Tragic was just trying to do some really cool play with the banish, getting some damage down, but as a result, loses the position of the core and can't quite get there with any primaries. Really important set here in terms of awakenings. Nothing too powerful, and that's why you see the Among Titans picked up right away. Just gains a bunch of speed and a bunch of size for their teammates. And the Timeless Creator already picked up by Rune. That's one duration creation already there, and everyone else just getting some nice stats and some nice projectile distance for Juno.
Yeah, I'm looking at, of course, Twee first picking that Among Titans. Great for both of his teammates. Really, and obviously the speed. Twee is just a big fan of the speed. Taking that. I almost would have liked to see Stacks to deny Zay from getting any relevant speed because he gets to pick up stacks for free, whereas obviously he doesn't really want among Titans. But I think the value of buffing the size of both your teammates could outweigh that in general. Tragic with the Timeless Creator, I think, is also incredibly relevant. Bigger pillars, longer pillars, etc. It's going to make defending a whole lot easier, and Wallaby on bulk up. Just more stats. You know, Asher is a stats character. We haven't seen too much of it yet, but we could see some explosive damage come out. Oh no! Bertram having a little bit of a lag spike, losing second barrier. And now we're on open net for HMG.
Yeah, Tragic gets the orb yet again. Really hard to deny it from the rune, but no offense as a result. Bertram able to put down the Tofu Fortress in order to try to get something going, but General Tweez getting struck back by Zay and Doxy. Is able to start the corner offense with the flip, but Doxy's trying to get some explosive slimes going. Can't quite get there yet. But as the core is getting past both sides, Bertram decides to move up to try to get something going. The banish means that Tragic has to put down a secondary in order to save the barrier, and now General Tweed trying to pass it to Wallaby while Wallaby goes for the KO. Doesn't quite get there. Tragic has to expend flip for now, but it seems like they're slowly whittling away at Tragic's cooldowns as this offense goes.
Yeah, the longer it goes, the more pressure you're putting on the Rune, who is not going to have enough CDs to defend against it all. Wallaby getting the giant orb, able to push through, and just like that, slapping a red core into the bottom side of the net. Tragic looking like he did not have any pillars or anything to catch it. It's going to be an awfully long point, but a first point going to ADR.
Yeah, I think this map much more favorable for them. Rune can just put a pillar in one of the side streets, and then it just sits there for eternity, just like that. And as a result, Dox is able to get that offense going and get a barrier right away. Zay with the full stacks on stacks, just ready to go with all the speed, trying to positionally beat Wallaby and Tweed. And you can see it here. Bertram's actually facing some pressure this set with all the stacks. And even though with the flip, maybe they're not, because they're just sitting there, not doing anything. Struck for the first time in like 20 seconds with flip. Decides to burn it here just to make sure it's cleared out. But no barriers going down right away.
Yeah, I want to hard agree with what you said about the Rune here on this variant, especially with Rune goalie. You know, when you're playing Rune midfield, you can obviously clog up the lane with the pillar each time, but you just have so much more work to do than just defending. Whereas here, goalie, you get to push up, drop a pillar on offense, and it's on an 8-second cooldown. So, you know, you're not super pressed for losing that CD if you're helping keep it up. And that's what we've been seeing Tragic do almost this entire time. There it is again, and just, you know, he doesn't have to think about how to use the pillars to get barriers. That's his forward's job. And there, Doxy jumping in, slamming a slime right into the net, getting a point on the board for HMG. Obviously, like we said, that map favored them a whole lot, so we're gonna have to see how they adapt to each of the other variants. But HMG seemed much more alive and much more offensive at that point.
Yeah, and as you can see here, I think it will be sort of the same story here as long as the middle is expanded all the way with the Celestial Expanse. But right now, no barriers getting taken down for HMG. One finally will go down here as Wallaby uses everything, but can't get that second barrier quite down. Or still staying on the left side though. General Tweed, we've seen the strikes last set, able to delay the point for so long, but Bertram needs to find these clears, and Wallaby needs to stay up in order to get this barrier. General Tweed takes a lot of damage though, has to go back for the orb and the flip. He tries to get a clear going on here, but again, another rune portal up just means he has to clear a round, and he's happy to do so, but it just means that every single point's going to go into overtime, and the core speed from Doxy and Tragic is going to be real here.
Yeah, really, we're just seeing this incredible timeless creator value for Tragic. They're locking that down, but Zay with a great death touch from across the barrier, able to catch the one spot that Bertram wasn't covering, get the barriers down. Tweed burns his flip. That's a massive resource for HMG that they now don't have to worry about. Takes a lot of damage from the NATO, looking a little low. Things are dangerous for Zay here, able to camp the orb, get it. Gets flipped too. this is looking like HMG's opportunity. They have to get through the wall, get past everything. Zay has to stay alive if he wants to use the flip, but doesn't need it. Able to tap it right in before getting knocked into the corner, putting another point on the board for HMG. They are getting ready to bring it back this set.
Yeah, this variant is going to be a lot more damage, and one pump up for the Era means that Wallaby could probably one-shot someone if they stand in the goo for a little too long. Zay will use the core flip right away, so no energy for them in case Bertram wants to expend any cooldowns for damage. Zay picks up the orb knowing that they're going to need the evade and the barrier as well. Zay lagging out actually a little bit here, but with the stacks on stacks, able to reposition themselves and only lose one barrier, and tries to go for the score here, but has to be careful of their health as they go for the all in there. Unfortunately, can't quite get it with the slimes, and has to reposition, but the core's not really moving to the other side. Finally moves there, but Wallaby just can't capitalize. It feels like every time the core is just on the left side, it just goes back toward the right.
Yeah, it's the pressure, especially by the offense that Tragic's able to exert here, getting really dangerous for ADR. Able to get the second barrier right there. The net is open. They can start bringing it back this set. Have 2 more points to score. They've got to start with 1, but HMG has been looking on fire this set. And Doxy with a great strike to the top corner. Bertram looks like he's lagging out a little bit, unable to catch it there. Like, going to be putting HMG on the set, tying the game, and Zay able to pick up something good. A lot on the board. I'm looking at Might of Colossus, heavy impact maybe. We could see some primetime even. He's been really fast that entire set, which was such a huge impact. Taking that size, going to be getting a little bit bigger, but that does mean that primetime is going to be slipped past to General Twee. It's going to make his life a lot harder, you know, nice size, what if I shrunk you? That sort of thing, but extra special on Doxy, and heavy impact on Tragic, who has been going for these Banish Pillar KOs, looking for that damage. He's going to be putting out a lot more, and depending on the variant, I think will have a pretty big impact. But so far, this game has really felt like, oh, the impact's right there. And the difference between a more offensive goalie pick and the melee goalies, where Bertram is able to hold it down for a while, but eventually the pressure being exerted by Tragic is too much, and he has enough to hold everything that ADR is putting up, especially in that last set. We'll have to see if something changes this set, or if ADR is able to coordinate their offense better, but so far I think the pillars that Tragic is pushing up are just changing the game for them.
Yeah, General and Twee attacking really well though. It just feels like they're everywhere and using the primary when they need to use the primary, and just constantly up and available. Wallaby has to be careful of the KO. Luckily, DI's in the right direction in order to not get killed there. But look at General Twee. I mean, with just the Dubu wall, able to just constantly contest 2 characters at once, even with abilities coming out. Bertram uses the Somersault to keep the core still for a second, and Zay tries to get around General Twee in order to get the barrier, but doesn't quite get there initially, gets there eventually, and is stacking up the stacks on stacks a lot. Almost halfway there now with the stacks on stacks means that the rest of the set, if they don't get KO'd, is going to be very impactful, but they're getting low, and with the beam from Era means that Dubu's going to go for the kill, almost gets scored on, but doesn't need to use the flip. Zay's just trying to get any sort of HP going, but does get KO'd, and as a result loses all those stacks. Pretty big impact for these later points.
Yeah, but they're just... Tragic has been so disciplined with his pillars and ability usage, knowing that the ball is going to bounce off and glide right in front of the barrier there, doesn't drop the pillar. You know, been doing that a couple times, and every saved pillar is another pillar that you can use for defense. Obviously the barriers are down now, you know, doesn't quite matter here, but still, just every opportunity to save a CD on goalie is going to be nice. And Zay with the ball, looking to push it forward. Bertram has a flip. They have to get through that. Burned right there. Wallaby uses his, but shut down by the Banish. Jumping in, trying to push through, and they're able to catch the ball on the cross, putting it in right there. This is going to be a game that goes the distance. Another long point going in the favor of ADR. They're finally able to break through the rune, and they're going to have to do that a couple more times. It did not look easy, but I think on this map, they might have an advantage, especially because, as you mentioned, stacks reset on Zay forever means that he is going to be sitting on a not particularly helpful awakening for a good portion of the set.
Yeah, fortunately threw up all the pancakes off the side of the penalty box, but is able to get the double barrier here, and yeah, you can just see how much easier it was. I mean, last set had multiple flips being expended, and Zay was killed at some point, but didn't really affect anything until the end, and getting the kill there on Bertram means that Zay has an easy kill plus flip plus goal combination that results in them getting the second point pretty easily here.
Yep, super well played by Zay. Back up to 80 stacks now, with 78 on the end of that point. Now still building them up, stacking up slower this patch than they were before. And I feel like he's really feeling it right now, because before these long points would yield something like, you know, boom, 150 stacks already, like instantly you've made it. But, you know, taking a little bit longer to get up there, definitely a big change. But once they're fully online, I feel like it's going to be a completely different game for HMG, who, you know, have the momentum here, just scored that last point, looking to get something done here on the offense. But this map seems incredibly favored for ADR, as the Dubu is able to just hold it in these pockets, and Wallaby gets to get in there and get some pretty nice double barriers. Things are looking tough for Tragic on the defense, as, you know, what do you do with Asher in your face, you know?
Yeah, and you can't really do anything as Wallaby gets the excellent strike off the Tofu Fortress push. And unfortunate variant, I think, for HMG. Obviously, Tragic wants these corners, like on this map, where he can put the barrier up and it covers the entire barrier. Doxy almost dies to the Maelstrom, but doesn't quite get there. And a barrier is lost as a result of Doxy not being there. Tragic's trying to get some cheeky kill on Wallaby, but Wallaby's able to expend the flip and the ultimate in order to get the double barrier. And now a pretty important point, as Bertram unfortunately loses the one barrier, but holds on for the second. And if they can get the score right here, that just means that you're advantaged in the next draft, and that means it's just that much harder for Tragic to get the amount of awakenings that he needs to win. Bertram, in a crazy flip sequence, fortunately can't track the core and has to use the ult early in order to not get the core scored on. But Wallaby is just on the bottom side and gets banished and gets killed as a result, and Bertram's gonna have to hold here.
Yeah, we see the 3v2 right here. Tragic pushing up, dropping pillars, completely blocking that top lane. Nothing going through there. Wallaby able to come back. Power play, not able to find anything there, but Zay rushing in, has the stacks online. This is their chance. If they want to seal out this set, they have to, but Bertram, with the flip, doesn't quite make it. Could have shot in there in the middle, taken the goal, as there's no one there to defend, but unable to. Zay trying to dribble, looking for anything, but Twee and Bertram are just holding it down, passing between each other. A big Summer Assault blocking that, but oh, the wall doesn't come out in time. The core speed is too quick, and the Juno Slime will be sending it in. Now we're going to a 0.5 on this Side Streets variant, which is just so, as we mentioned before, so great for Tragic on the rune pick. Gonna be a little bit harder without Doxy, but still, this is looking like an HMG favored point.
Yeah, you can see, even with two people, they have to expend everything in order to just get the one barrier. Wallaby might have the ult up, but luckily Tragic didn't get the secondary fully formed, and as a result loses the second barrier. Zay now fully stacked up, all those pancakes feasted upon, just trying to get to the other side with the core, but Wallaby and General Twee just keep getting the strikes, and the Maelstrom confirms the goal. General Twee and Bertram, even though it seemed impossible, they ended up holding out and getting the 2 points and closing out the set.
Yeah, a great Maelstrom right there. Kind of like the Rune Pillars, Maelstrom just able to push through one of those lanes, get through that corner, and here Bertram picking up the twin drive. 2 rolls on this guy. On the fight or flight start, could just be a deny in general, not letting Juno or anyone else pick up the twin drive. You know, being able to refresh that. I believe fight or flight gives both charges of your secondary back, so incredibly dangerous to have on a fight or flight start. Not letting that go down. Tragic picking up Reptile Remedy, pretty interesting. Zay getting size. That's going to be incredibly significant. Now sitting at 122 power and is a lot bigger. not able to win that past set, but you know, with this extra size, I think their offense is going to be so much better, and it's going to be easier to like rack up these stacks, all that sort of thing. Here, we just see a complete cascade of abilities come out from ADR, trying to push it through this open net here. HMG has been having some really impressive holds. It would layer their strikes incredibly well. You know, Rune and Juno, both characters that rely on creations, don't have a lot of like big anti-stuff melee abilities, so being good with these strikes is going to be exactly what they need to try and hold on. And here though, Flip in the corner is going to be sending it in. Hard to defend against that. Again, no super strong melee abilities to just block that out. Going to be difficult to deal with. 1 point to ADR. Wallaby has a flip as well. Is going to be using it for that second barrier. Really well done. Going to be sniping that out. And here, just a complete cascade from ADR. 1 point away from sealing this one out. Exactly what you would expect after watching the first point. Just, it's looking like they've hit the power spike that they need, and they're starting to dominate these points. Though this is definitely an HMG favored situation on this variant, but not after both barriers go down. That's going to be really, really tough. What will be banished, but oh no! The goal is left unattended. Bertram attributed with the game-winning point. That's going to be an ADR victory. Complete domination that last set, but unfortunately going to be going in right there. Hate to see it that way, but ADR taking it. HMG almost bringing it back, doing really well throughout that second set and just holding on the whole time. But the 277 redirects from Tweed don't lie. That guy was moving so quickly, covering so much space, and helping enable Wallaby to get the 6 goals, 1 assist, and 144 redirects. That's some good brawling. You know, today I'm going to lock Asher. I'm going to sit in there, and I'm going to press my primary. It's going to work. I really liked HMG's everything they had going on, especially on defense with the Rune, but it just wasn't able to hold up to everything that Asher can put up. So, unfortunate. Not quite what you want to see if you're an HMG fan, but that is only game 1, so hey, stay tuned for game 2. We will see you then. Back, everyone. We've got HMG versus ADR, game 2 coming at you live. I'm here now, joined by AJ Cannon. How's it going?
Not too bad. It's a fine day for some Omega Strikers, and do enjoy seeing some teams duking it out here, especially on Taiko Temple, the map of many drums. Wallaby Yankster, though, taking a ton of damage off the start of this play. Nothing too major just yet, no death, but very close to it. But does take a barrier, actually really nice dash into strike there, but the triple take is going to take another on the other side of the map, and to another one barrier, while Wallaby is almost dying.
Yeah, having to grab an orb to get back, and here we're looking at a built different Super Surge start, both Tragic and Doxy taking the Super Surge. Actually, I'm a big fan of this Era goalie pick. We've been seeing it. We've been seeing a lot of people talking about it. Here it is with the beam changes, able to come back, just come out so fast, and kind of force Twee into an awkward position with Juno and Era taken. Probably not a great time to pick Luna. I wouldn't pick Luna on this start on this map, but now rocking the Finny. Slick kicks Finny coming to a Taiko Temple near you, and here we see ADR struggling to get through this one last barrier, but HMG able to score with the flip. Zay Forever catching that out clear, putting it in the bottom corner, and putting 1 point on the board.
Yeah, investing a core flip very wisely there, held it for just long enough, and then made use of it in the end. Sometimes it's tempting to save that core flip. It's the 50-50. You have a chance, but I think it's well done there by Zay to actually just go ahead and use the core flip, secure the goal. Don't worry about the energy economy too much because you can't psych yourself out. They do also take a barrier off the back of the play. The big finish there interrupted by a slime, but in the end it is still going to get one, and that Era Nado was amazing, forcing out a core flip and getting a kill. Really nicely done by Tragic there. The triple take, though, from General Twee in the midfield there, doing a lot of work, even as Twee is taking so much damage. The goalie orb going to be picked up there to save a little bit, but the unfortunate drum bounce is going to mean that the score stays on the left side of the field for so long. The rebound is caught by Doxy as well on the right. Air Nado comes out as well. Tragic has really been on point with these, but really nicely done by Wallaby there to secure the one barrier. Now, the goal is open only on one side of the field here. Can they secure it? No. Zay forever gets the intercept. They run forward. Doxy with a core flip on the top side here. Bertram as well with his own, so may potentially be able to use that on the defense. If it gets there, though, it's not going to. Wallaby putting it into the goal with a rebound from Twee.
Yeah, dashing in, cutting right in between Tragic and Doxy, putting it in 1 point on the board for both teams now, tied up. And it looks like we're in for quite the long game, if the last game was any indication. Going every point just going incredibly long here now. Kind of the same story. We're seeing a bit of a different situation with, actually a bit of the same situation with the goalies last game. Tragic on the rune, being able to defend well in the corner and push up here. Same thing. The beam on Era, again, just really nice in the corner for winning interactions. Not as great as Dubu, not as great as even the pillars from Rune, but still doing a nice job. And just Tragic's forward presence is so pronounced here. HMG taking both barriers. Now they have to go and put it in, but I think Tragic was a big help. And Doxy actually jumping in, cutting off Twee. The pass from Bertram, not able to get it, sending it to the bottom corner there.
Yeah, really nice control throughout the entirety of that point from Heavy Metal Gundam there. They lost control for just a second, but they got it back so quickly. Almost a great hook from Zay there to hook the Dubu goalie away from the core, but Bertram was able to get there on the defense. A lot of damage there onto Doxy, but a great dodge on the triple take, but also the double barrier. Wallaby putting it in as well. From this is all right, this is fine, to instantly being scored on in about 3 seconds flat. Really nice setup there from Atlas's diversified resume.
Yeah, holy mole. Just game, entire point flipped on its head right there. Bit of a scary situation, obviously. You know, Ben talked about the Era goalie a little bit and how it's pretty, doing well, has, with the beam changes, a much better defensive profile. Still is Era. And, a double barrier with an Asher on top of you is still going to hurt a lot. So there we saw it. Taking us to a 0.5 here, Tragic close to a flip. You're going to have to see if HMG can respond in kind with maybe a quick point themselves, or if this is going to be another overtime banger.
Yeah, they are looking to make it one, though. We are not quite tied in barriers, but I'm sure that HMG is trying to get that last barrier there. Bertram, though, with the core flip on the defense, might even opt to use... They're going to be using the somersault there. Stalls the point out for just a second. Wallaby very low on the right side of this map. The longer this goes, the higher the chance of that death happening, but does pick up an orb and saves himself for a little bit longer. The pendulum swing not able to get it through Bertram here, who is bouncing off the drums, and we are about into overtime now. Pass from Bertram back down to Twee. The card hits Zay, but doesn't do too much damage just yet. Pendulum swing with slime combo is really nice for speed, but doesn't get anything done just yet. It is so unfortunate for HMG. They're just not able to get through Bertram here on this Dubu pick, just defending really well.
Yeah, the stalwart protector, Big Dubu, is just not letting anything go through. Not even there. It looked like it was one barrier, but not even the core speed can stop. That's one barrier finally, but Dubu with the flip. I keep calling him Dubu instead of Bertram. It's just, they're the same guy at this point. Zay looked a little low, having to pick up an orb on this defense here, but also close to a flip. Going to be huge for this point if he can burn Bertram's flip and Twee's flip. A lot of energy on the side of ADR here, but actually uses it to try and KO Wallaby. Unfortunately goes wide, but Bertram's flip is burned. Now Twee only one with the flip online here. Wallaby down as well. HMG is pushing out here, trying to get as much momentum as they can. Doxy close to a flip, but again, Twee uses it here, gets it out of the corner, and now HMG, it's just so close to getting this barrier. It's so tough. The flip comes out and gets it. Now they have to get through the Dubu on the open net.
Yeah, they do have to, and you can see Wallaby as well there with that emote, the Atlas. It's a Dubu instead of an Atlas, but the same thing, stopping these cores so many times. It is so difficult, even with the slimes coming out, the pendulum swings, but they're just not quite connecting. Tragic's playing up, which is a bit of a risk, but with that core flip, it is so tempting. One nice pass from a forward back to Tragic here, when he's in the right position, can spell the end of this set. Because again, this is 0.5 here. We are in overtime. The cores are red from the slimes. The log is amazing. Wallaby Gangsta bouncing off the drum there. The slime goes down to the bottom, but Twee is there as well. Zay passes up to Doxy, goes down to the bottom. Pendulum comes out, but Somersault is better. Zay back up to the top again. The Bewitching Beam, but the Tofu Fortress countered. Core flipping out of the big finish, but actually gets a bit of a bad angle there. Almost an own goal there, but a nice tornado early pop there does save that. Wallaby bounced off the drum there, and Doxy's the one to pick it up. Nicely played by both teams there, but in the end, just Zay Forever knocking the Asher out of the way so Doxy could get to that. Really nicely done.
Yeah, we've been seeing that a lot out of Doxy, just on this Juno pick, able to jump in and snipe out goals that otherwise seem impossible, which is really nice for how this team is functioning, where they do a lot of three-man defense to kind of supplement these more offensive goalie picks. Here, we see in draft, Zay Forever picking up a second size awakening, now going to be built different and big fish on the field. Massive fella. Other things of importance, Orb Rep picked up by Tragic. It could be big for generating more energy, especially with how important these flips have been in that first set. It seems like getting more energy, more flips is going to be really relevant, and it's if they can flip better than ADR, which I think, especially Tragic, I've been really loving his offensive flips. He is a goalie that flips early, which I think is really appreciated, especially for this team and the offense. I think they have a great shot with this Orb Rep.
Yeah, they do have a lot of potential together, a lot of orbs there. Another thing I want to highlight is that Ad Rush pickup to deny the Asher. Really nicely done from Doxy on that one. As well, we have General Twee looking very low there. Zay Forever having the Flip gonna use it there. Doxy getting the kill, getting that Ad Rush reset. Usually don't think of Juno as a killer, and I was thinking more for the deny, but Ad Rush, if you do get the kills, is very powerful. Doxy basically has the entire kit up, gonna use the ultimate there, gonna get the pass from Zay with the core flip in front of the goal, with the Aranado as well. Everything used, and it is enough. It took so much to get it done. It was Aranado, core flip, pendulum swing, and the Juno jump as well, but does get it done, does give HMG the 1.1 set lead, and that is a nice place to be in this game.
Yeah, always appreciated. You know, you win the first set, you win the first point of the next one. You know, it just keeps rolling. Obviously, don't want to get too comfortable, especially because Wallaby is rushing in, looking to get that second barrier. Already clipped the first one, but here it seems like HMG just has a lot more control here, and with the Juno here and the Era especially, so much speed able to come out. They're having trouble getting through the Dubu, getting the barriers, and with that barrier down, all of a sudden ADR has a great opportunity here, but I think the longer the points go on, the more opportunities HMG has, and the more opportunities they get, obviously, the better their chances are looking.
Yeah, it's almost a weird win condition of getting a kill on this Juno to get the resets for so much more core control, because it's such an evenly matched game otherwise. You kind of have to get something to make it uneven. Zay Forever looking very low, and that might be the uneven thing for ADR to get. Core flip, though, really nice. Counter flip by Tragic, brilliantly done, not being too conservative with that one, just letting it rip, and I think that was a great decision there. Doxy jumping up to the top around the triple take, not going to happen. Bounce off the drum, the slime, interception! Strike warning away from Twee, nicely done.
Yeah, just going to throw that in, snipe it out there. It didn't look like Bertram or Twee were ready for that, and HMG going up 2 points, 1 point away from winning a second set. If you thought one set, 1 point up was good, you're going to want to get a load of this. You got to feel great in this situation. Doxy with the flip. Zay also with the flip. Might want to use these flips now, yeah, on the defense. Able to get more energy from their Orb Rep goalie here, right there. And just now both flips down. Things have changed. The economy is completely different. Bertram with the flip. Looks like that's going to be tough to deal with, but that's going to be Wallaby going down right there. A power play for HMG. They're gonna want both barriers here, but it's going to be tough getting through Bertram.
Yeah, but they do get it in the end, and that is actually a kill this time going on to Doxy. And we see the core going to the other side. Wallaby, triple take, both kind of General Twee and Spirit with that triple take. They do manage to get the barrier there. The core flip on Twee, the triple take as well. They're running up to try and get this done. but Slime comes out. Doxy on the intercept, Pendulum Swing as well. The card comes out really nicely from Twee. The Era Nado Wallaby down to the bottom, but the pass from Tragic cuts so narrowly around that Asher. Very risky, but does get the job done. The triple take defense is really nice, so is the somersault. Tragic passing up to the top. Zay with the dribble off the top. The Tofu Fortress was still not used up to that point, so that's used now. The Death's Touch from Zay used. Pendulum Swing gets the Asher out of the way, has the core flip, gonna use in front of the goal. And with Doxy jumping overhead as support, but not even necessary, Zay gets it done on his own, taking a 3-0 sweep this time from a 5th point to a 3-0 sweep, looking really good for Heavy Metal Gundam, especially when they lost that first game.
Yeah, they want to seal this one out quickly, and looking at this draft, I'm really curious to see what... sorry, I forgot about Bulk Up. No longer curious. Bam, Brawler picks Bulk Up first. A Tail is old this time. That's going to be a ton of stagger. A great deny from the Asher. A great pickup in general. Bertram picking up the team player. Actually, all the core speed draft has hit the building. We're seeing Hotshot and team player on Twee and Bertram respectively. The team player, I think, is so relevant here. Is going to make getting these out clears a lot nicer. Doxy, though, picking up the 1-2 punch. That's 1-2 punch Juno. We've been seeing the overtime Slimes pick up some goals on their own. Now with the 1-2 punch, we're going to be seeing a lot of damage come out, and more importantly, we're going to be seeing a ton of core speed. Might be able to catch ADR off guard here.
Yeah, and with that address as well, but doesn't happen if the kills go the other way. Nice pickup by ADR there. Wallaby almost dead, but not quite. Picks up 1 barrier and a kill. Gonna be 3 seconds until Zay is back on the field. The barrier still not gotten. Really nice power play defense there from the side of HMG. The Death Touch is nice to get it back in the corner where Rasmus does kind of shine, but Doxy respawned and already almost dead. Wallaby was looking for that kill flip. There still is, but takes a lot of damage. Is now walking to the other side. Use the core flip, gets the barrier. Almost dies for it, but again, not quite. The big finish is going to take it. General Twee effectively full healing Wallaby by getting that goal. Doesn't have to worry about dying anymore. And of course, goals are pretty nice.
Yeah, can't argue with that. Wallaby at 2 prizefighter stacks there. Gonna be staying alive. Gonna be enjoying scoring that goal before overtime. Gotta feel nice. And, you know, it all starts with the trickle. ADR is down this game, but if they're able to win this set, that's a 1 draft, and that's an opportunity to pick up a whole lot that they're definitely going to enjoy. Here, though, something I've noticed is that Zay plays, has played midfield in NASA for, I believe, at 1 or 2 seasons, a substantial amount of time, and I think it really informs his gameplay. He is a brawler that stands back a lot and looks to catch clears as opposed to trying to force anything, which I really appreciate. It works really well, especially against the team player here, but also with Doxy, who is much more willing to jump in on the Juno and try and score these goals. Big KO coming out from the Slime downtown. Doxy now with the Ad Rush proc, going to be trying to push up. Wallaby is next. That's a double KO. Double power play. The wall is going to shut down that lane, but Tragic with the flip, looking to get active. Bertram has one as well. Doxy jumping in, but Zay is able to catch it on the bottom. Confirm it with the pendulum swing. Bertram just used the Summer Assault, unable to stop that core, and that's another point for HMG.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. Bertram with the somersault into getting hit by that pendulum swing was basically self-stun into hit stun, and there's not really much you can do even when you have that core flip. And the pendulum swing as well, Zay Forever coming out blazing into this next point. Core flip used by Tragic to get it just past Wallaby Youngsta. And we see the triple take used, though, on the bottom there with the card from Fini. General Twee really putting in a great class on what to do as Fini in some of these situations. Just find those angles, surprise your opponents, and hit cards from out of nowhere that hit directly into the barrier. Always keep those cards positioned in such a way that if they hit something, it's going to make stuff happen, not just nothing. And just really nicely played by that. Cannot commend enough that kind of play, because it can be difficult, but also can be difficult killing with the Dubu Wall found by Bertram to kill this Juno. Really nicely done, but Zay Forever keeping the momentum up, saying, doesn't matter if we're a player down, I will play this offense for 2 players. Gonna sacrifice my health bar, but now the time has passed. Juno's back on the field, and the power play got effectively nothing done. The core flip even forced out from Bertram here. Good defense as well from Tragic there. They get the barrier. Doxy down the bottom there. The drum dribble from Tragic getting it forward. The Arenado down to the bottom. Back up to Tragic on the top. The Witching Beam comes out. So does the pendulum swing. Not enough to get the goal. The triple take is not going to be enough to get the kill here, but Zay Forever back up to full HP. Doxy trying to get the intercept here, trying to get things done. Wallaby trying to get this barrier on the other side of the map. Will get it with the pass splitter as well. Invested pass up to Doxy off the drums, off the Tofu Fortress. Really nice by Bertram to put that forward to keep the score on the other side. Long shot from Doxy, not enough. Core flip from General Twee, also not enough. The teams are going back and forth so much. It feels like the core is going to go in any second now, but they're just holding on.
Yeah, not relenting here. ADR has the control, trying to get in, but it's just not going. Tragic and Doxy close to a flip here. Going to be big for their offense as they've got all 3 men on their side. But a crazy bounce off the Whiplash, off the drum, is going to be sending it in. Zay Forever bringing us to a match point here, 1 away from securing this game for HMG and bringing us to a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, rip the sleep schedules, but also I do like me some Omega Strikers, so the more the merrier. Pendulum Swing comes out, going to take a ton of damage on Wallaby Gangsta there. Doxy potentially looking for the kill flip angle there, but is just walking around the middle for now. Card hits Zay, but the barrier does go down. General Twee also low on health. Wallaby Gangsta playing very close to the edge to try and get the kill. Pass splitter also comes out, but doesn't get the kill. Gets the barrier in the end at least, so it's not invested for nothing. But you do want to get the kill if you invest that much. Triple take does hit Zay, so that is a debuff on this Rasmus. Potential kill angle, but not found here by ADR. Bertram playing up as well with this narrow channel created by that Tofu Fortress. Triple take comes out to Tragic, passing it along the bottom. Tragic playing a bit of a dangerous game in front of that Asher, but does pull back just before the setup is complete. Bertram gets a great clear around Doxy and Zay Forever, and the game just goes to this again, this tied position. The core flips come out. Again, this game is so close, so volatile. Anytime it feels like so many things can happen, but then it's just countered on the other side. These players just are inside of each other's heads.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we're seeing both the barriers taken were on the same side, so we're not seeing a whole lot of play in the bottom side. It will come down here, kind of float around, but we were seeing earlier just a lot of forcing through this top side, and here we are again, just kind of rotating through whichever side is open, but it definitely changes how the offense is played, because here in this long corner, it's the 3-man defense is just eating up ADR right now. Finally gets the barrier. Twee with the flip, gonna have an opportunity, but there in the shorter side, Bertram really excelled in that short corner. Crazy core flying around, going in off a redirect from General Twee, and bringing us to a 0.5 this set. ADR looking to tear it back here from HMG, who want to finish this game now. They want to go to a game 3. They've got a bit of a mountain to climb, have no business sitting here trying to play extra sets when they don't have to. And you can tell by Zay, he is just absolutely scrapping in this corner here, trying his best to get in. But Bertram is just completely stalwart, unrelenting on the defense.
Yeah, Tragic as well making a small mistake there, hitting it back into the big finish. But the Tofu Fortress, unfortunately there, interrupting the core flip from Twee. Don't want to see that if you are an ADR fan here. Zay Forever trying to get it forward, but doesn't actually get the connection there. The Aeronado is coming out here, does get the core forward, but again, it's not enough to get through this barrier. You have to get through so much, and Bertram at the end of it all, and that is no mean feat here. You really have to go around this dude, but it's so difficult with all of the interceptions happening in the midfield. But a jump and a core flip is one way to do that. It is now the open goal advantage here to HMG. They're trying to get it through here just a little bit more, and they could be on to the final game. Core flip from Zay, the slime, but the log, the strikes, the card, everything comes out. The pass splitter as well. Wallaby in front of the goal with the core flip. Counter flip failed, unfortunately, by Tragic, and it is Tragic indeed. Passing off the drum. Doxy's trying to get it forward up to Zay, but there's no forward offense there because they had to all pull back for that 3-man defense. It's really powerful, but it needs to be able to rotate quickly to actually get things done. Passing off the drum here, so much core speed. Zay Forever running forward. Jumping forward is Doxy, but the Death Touch misses General Twee and Gangsta in front of the goal, but it's not quite enough just yet. The slime gets it forward. Wallaby Gangsta dribbling off the drum, off the walls. The Whiplash is not enough to get it through. Gangsta wins that strike war crucially. General Twee also in the midfield here, and off the drum it goes in. Wallaby Gangsta finding that third all-important point to take this set and put Atlas's diversified resume on the set scoreboard here, and potentially looking to reverse sweep the game to just win the entire match. And Asher has a lot of good things here, from Fighter Flight, Stacks on Stacks, Might of the Colossus. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah, I think he has to deny this Might of Colossus right away. Zay Forever with 2 Size Awakenings and Bulk Up would be an absolute terror. Taking the Reptile Remedy, just boosting the power given by Bulk Up even more. Still terrifying, but not going to be that extra size. General Twee picking up Stacks, which I think is going to be so relevant. I feel like he's been having trouble finding opportunities to especially into the Juno and the Era. Combine the names there. They have so much coverage, whereas Twee is just one penny. And so the stack's going to supplement his coverage so significantly. All of a sudden, things are looking pretty good for ADR. You know, when they won that one important set, and now they have the means to bring this game back. HMG definitely looking to shut that out, but it's going to be difficult. Doxy picking up Fighter Flight is going to be incredibly nice, but I think they're still struggling to get through Bertram, who is just always, I think, for ADR, going to be a big difference maker. This guy will just never let up.
Yeah, it's a tough one to get through either of these teams. And one of the other things that kind of slipped through that draft was Monumentalist Era coming out there with the NATOs. We've seen a lot of them really well done so far, so the extra size will help out. We haven't seen too many just yet because it's been just good awareness for the side of ADR. But core flip forced out from Bertram there is really nice. The Death Touch comes out the card as well for a lot of core speed acceleration. Path Splitter keeps it forward. Doxy not investing the core flip there and still getting the barrier. Really nice to see that. The NATO comes out, hits Wallaby for so much damage just for existing there. Big finish also used. That's going to be, I think, a kill flip it was on to Wallaby Youngsta from Tragic. And really nicely set up here. The pendulum swing, they're trying to get it in the goal, but of course you still have Twee with the core flip there and Bertram in the goal. Core flip used by Juno, the log, the triple take, so many abilities invested, but Wallaby is back on the field. The power play is dissolved. The Tofu Fortress also comes out to keep it forward, and Wallaby's back in this corner with Twee down below with that core flip on the threat. Uses it, used the big finish as well, but doesn't actually get the barrier. Really nice triple man defense that we've been seeing all game long from HMG. And the Death's Touch mix up into the pendulum swing just catches Bertram completely off guard and secures the point here. But all of that for 1 point to HMG. It is so close.
Yeah, a wonderful play from Zay to get that goal, but obviously, like you said, it took so much to get through everything that ADR is putting up, and it's hard to replicate that kind of play. You know, great play, but now Wallaby on the Asher, much easier to replicate that situation and everything that's going on now. The three-man defense putting up numbers still, just not relenting, but now HMG has to figure out, again, how to continue to get through this. Dubu has a great redirect off the drum, able to catch Tragic and Zay off guard. Zay, I think, noticing what was going on just a moment too late, rushing to try and catch it, but neither member of HMG able to grab that, and ADR puts themselves on the board this set.
Yeah, tied up 1-1 here, but the barrier is gotten. Zay Forever using the core flip there, a little unfortunate of a whiff, but, you know, the barrier does go down, so maybe it was the intimidation tactic that we see on occasion. The big finish, though, is going to answer on the other side. General Twee again with this core flip we see used here, or about to use it here in the corner, gets the barrier. Wallaby with the own core flip there is going to use it to counter the NATOs and the slime, and so many abilities still up on that Asher, was able to invest the dash and the barrier beam to just secure that through two people. Really well executed by Twee and Wallaby on that offense.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of Astronomics for the fellas there. The flip, the dash, and the primary all coming out, all used into multiple people in that corner. I just a little bit of Asher glory. Like you still just get to get through there, but Asher now taking down Wallaby, taking a trip to the penalty box here as we see another power play for HMG. They've been getting these power plays, and I think they've been playing their offense really slow, especially in the last power play that they had in a previous point where they go to set up, and I think that's how they have to do it with the Rasmus, you know, here, whereas ADR is able to play this like super stuff focused offense, but they're just giving a lot of time to ADR to prepare for it, and it hasn't been super successful this set.
Yeah, it's so difficult to find that success as well because with either team, you have to use so many abilities in the midfield by the time you get anywhere to execute the plan, to try and find your win condition. It's so difficult to find anything, but finding things, Twee gets a barrier, big finish, core flip, and just like that, I was saying earlier, this game is so volatile. Each of these teams is so capable and knows their characters and their teammates so well that they're able to accelerate the game at a drop of a hat. But that also means that if you can't counter your opponents, the game will just flip instantly. You will lose your barriers. You will get scored on. And again, so many things available. Going to be the Among Titans pickup here on the Fani, going to make Asher bigger and stronger because of the might of the Colossus. I think it's a really nice pickup.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Gonna be a big one. But speaking of big ones, Zay Forever with a third Size Awakening. That guy's going to be absolutely massive. A recovery drone to boot. Going to be having one revive this series, or this set. Going to be incredibly nice. We see a Spark of Power go to Doxy. A little bit of power for the Juno. Hit the core even harder, and Dash Awakening on Tragic means that guy's going to be sharing the arrow speed that much more. Meanwhile, Bertram picking up an extra special and a glass cannon on Wallaby, but now that's also 0 prize fighter stacks on Wallaby with that big KO coming out.
Yeah, was a really nice find. Just, ooh, and also a nice find is that double barrier from Doxy. It seems that HMG is not ready to give up just quite yet. It is, of course, this all-important 5th set. Whoever wins this does take it, but still early days yet. No points scored either way, but a barrier secured by Twee. The open goal advantage not quite as severe as it was just a couple seconds ago. Doxy with the jump up to counter that triple take, but the Tofu Fortress comes out, and of course, extra special Spark of Focus on this dude. That's going to be coming up so often. Doxy taking a lot of damage with the core flip as well. Arenado is a good counter on that flip. Zay trying to get around, but the triple take again invested here. That twin drive Fini with the hot shot just getting so many cooldowns out. Core flip from Tragic used, but again, it didn't go anywhere. There's no offense here for HMG. We were talking earlier about how Zay is really good at falling back on the defense, but sometimes it seems it's a little bit too much too often, and there's nothing left. But killing the Asher does give a lot of ability to flip that around. It is now the power play, the opportunity to score. Zay is looking for it, finds almost it, but a great strike from Bertram is able to get it. And unfortunately, Bertram thought he had core flip there, but was just a pixel away from getting it, unfortunately. And that is going to be a goal there, scored by Doxy. Nice find with that red core slime.
Yeah, really. And again, just the offense for HMG is so hard to get online, but once they're there, once they're set up, it seems so difficult to deal with. Obviously, Bertram not having the flip that he needed to save that one, but still, just Doxy able to throw out these slimes with a ton of core speed, and especially with jump and primary, able to jump, strike, and primary in. We saw it get a double barrier that last point. It's a lot of stuffing potential that she has here, and it's really nice, pairs really well again with Zay's slower and more methodical play, as you can just see these explosive Juno barriers or goals come out. That being said, ADR does have the net open, is looking to get their offense rolling here, but right now forced to play a little bit more defensive as Wallaby comes back, and now has to deal with this flip and the big finish, trying to get through. It's tough, but Tragic has no energy. This could be their chance.
And there they go. Wallaby Gangsta is going to be the one to put it in there for that goal. And it's again tied up 1 point, 1 point, 2 sets. But of course, tying feels a whole lot better if you're on ADR because you are that 1 game up. You have Bertram with that core flip, with that extra special. General Twee as well with the core flip. Seems to just have core flip permanently, even though Twee has been using core flip. That's not just 1 core flip that's been holding. It just, there's so much energy available on this Fini with all of the hits from the triple take with the strikes. Wallaby as well going to secure that barrier. The big finish comes out. The Slime's getting it forward. Zay rushing forward as well, but not enough to get it through. General Twee with the dribble off the triple take. Pendulum swing comes out. The core flip though, Wallaby just barely not able to get the confirm there. Almost has core flip on that Asher though. Somersault comes out. Core flip from Doxy countered with the strike and the log. Triple take comes out on the bottom. Dribble off the drum. Zay Forever trying to play this defense as well. The pendulum swing is red coring it all over the place. The Death's Touch as well, hooking the Asher back just a little bit. But again, this kill flip from Wallaby is insane. The Butching Beam comes out, does shrink the Asher, reduce the power. It's a really nice setup there. But Juno is off the field for another 5 seconds. The mix-up with the card almost perfect, but is caught. The Butching Beam into the Whiplash is a really nice bit of team play there. But in the end, Doxy with a jump is going to defend it. Really nicely done. The red core slime in overtime, and Bertram with a somersault a little bit too late. Core flips from both Zay and Bertram, but Bertram was a little faster on the trigger there. Tofu Fortress comes out as well. The card hits Zay, but doesn't do too much damage just yet. Doxy up at the top here with the slime as well. Zay getting the confirm on the barrier. It's now an open goal on both sides. Can they get the goal here? The answer is not quite yet. The slime is not enough. Pendulum swing not enough. Pass splitter comes out on the other side. Triple take as well. Zay and Twee trying to get it around each other, but they're not quite getting it. The Death's Touch into the slime at the top, but Bertram is reading it until the pendulum swing comes out. There's just too many abilities, and HMG puts themselves once again on game point.
Yeah, they've been here before. That last point, they really played incredibly well, just forcing so much offense. I think they've recognized that they've been having trouble trying to get it into the net, trying to get these barriers, and are just trying to go all all in on the offense. Gets 2 right there, open net. They have an opportunity here. Doxy walking in, trying to take the strike for it. Pendulum swing, not quite getting it. Stuffed out by Twee and his flip. And here now ADR has a chance on the offense. But a big flip on the corner, stopped by Bertram. And a Summer Assault, not letting that go through. Tragic has a flip. But again, HMG is just playing so much more offensively. They have the core on the other side of the map so much here. 2 flips on the board now as well. A lot of damage onto Zay, but they are looking for it. They have to find their offense soon because they don't want to go to a 0.5 against ADR, who has such a nice, Asher-centered offense that works so well into their team.
Yeah. Core flip comes out from the Asher, but the barrier still stands. Asher, though, goes off the field. Core flip, unfortunately, whiffed there by Zay Forever. A bit of a misclick there, unfortunately. Barrier does go down as well in the power play. Pendulum swing comes out. Doxy not able to get the confirmed. Butching beam, neither. Death's touch not being able to get this. Asher's back on the field, gets the barrier instantly as well. Bounce off the drummer, really nice with a lot of red core speed here. Big finish comes out, doesn't get too much done, just a little bit of damage onto Zay Forever. Doxy setting up on his top side, but Wallaby as well on the other side of the map. Both forwards trying to get the setup to checkmate the enemy goalie, because you need to check off all options. There can be no possible clear, and unfortunately, the Butching Beam is not enough to get it past this Asher. The Toku Fortress also comes out. The Aranado is really nice up at the top there. The Death Touch gets it around Twee, and it's going to be the Slime from Doxy that gets the point and taking us to 1 game. And these teams very evenly matched. And I just want to highlight one thing from that game in particular. Doxy's manual control of the Slimes on some of those last points was insane. We had a manual redirect that actually redirected us. It was a strike from Doxy, but she placed the strike in between the Slimes so that they passed to each other rather than immediately going into the barrier, and it just mixed up Bertram so hard that he could not defend that one. Just want to highlight that one in particular, but everyone in this game played so well.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to highlight Doxy's play that whole game, because I feel like so many barriers and so many goals were achieved because of plays like that Doxy would make, or just other plays where she would sit back and then jump in and ambush. Even that last goal was just a Slime thrown in unexpected, sitting back and then forcing that in, just diving in at every opportunity to push, and it worked right there. And that means we're going to a game 3 after 2 pretty long games. We saw ADR have a pretty dominant game 1 and a much more evenly matched game 2. So we're going to have to see if HMG is able to seal this one out in the reverse 2-0, or if ADR will be clutching it up, not letting this first game win that they have go to waste. We will see you then. And welcome to game 3, everyone. We are loading in to Gates of Obscura on this incredibly close series we're seeing from ADR on this extra special cast last start. The same flavor of team that they've been running, this time Wallaby on the Julie. His original character that he was known for. Been seeing a lot of success recently. We'll be enjoying that. Whereas Tragic now on Asher, melee goalie of all things, and we're seeing a Juno Zentaro forward pair. Big KO coming out from Wallaby on this first point, but the defense going strong for HMG, buying enough time to get Doxy to come back, but now the net is wide open.
Yeah, and I think it's a really nice pickup with Tragic on that Asher, especially with Wallaby being known for that. But of course, it seems that Wallaby is quite deadly on that Julie as well. The Aranado comes in from General Twee, then having swapped the characters there. Going to be a little harder to keep track of on that one. But Doxy getting killed there by Wallaby, unfortunately. But Zay Forever does take the blood sacrifice there, manages to get a barrier off the death there. Tragic with the pass putter, just barely hitting the triple Soren angle there at the bottom. The flurry comes out though, and there's not a lot you can do that, especially with a core flip to follow up, even if you do manage to somehow clear it out.
Right, the fiery flurry on top of the goalie is like, hey, hands up, I did all I could. Sometimes, if you pull out the evade in time, try and clear it, but it's so difficult. It's such a big ask, and so can't feel too bad losing to the Julie there in that situation.
Yeah, of course it's not ideal though. Doxy taking a lot of damage as well in the back of that. Wallaby now back up to full basically and getting to the forward end here. General Twee with the flip again has been kind of the story of the games. Gangsta getting another kill here. Doxy is not able to stay alive. Tragic with the insta flip. Nice bit of tech there to try and get it through, but doesn't actually get anything too much from it. Buys a lot of time in the power play though. Doxy now back on the field. Safe Harbor using the ult there, but immediately after they got hit by the Bewitching Beam there, so it was a very small Zentaro ult. Wallaby, though, very low on health, potential kill angle here, but not going to be picked up just yet. Using the flurry a bit defensively there. Zay also taking a lot of damage from the core flip, too, and that's a very low Zentaro as well. Pass from Doxy. Bewitching Beam hits. Slimes rain down from the heavens, but unfortunately don't get too much done there. Great intercepts from Wallaby and Twee there. Wallaby with a little bit of a drift there. Nicely done to get that barrier. Pass splitter comes out as well. The Toku Fortress very forward from Bertram. And the portal pass as well up to Twee, almost getting it through, but just barely, not quite.
Yeah, this game really feeling like my eyes are absolutely glued onto Wallaby. He's been getting a lot of KOs so far. Putting on a beta Julie performance, and with the extra special start, so many fiery flurries are going to be coming out, and that's like a core flip. It's such a great tool for confirming barriers, goals, everything. And so I'm set up, I'm watching that guy, and I want to see what he can do here as, hey, not that guy, but Twee putting the ball in right there. Going to be putting ADR up 2-0 this set.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you have to sacrifice your forward, maybe not ideal, but, you know, brawlers are made to die, you know? Live by the sword, die by the sword. You maybe get a kill, you maybe get killed, but at the end of the day, your midfield scores the ball, you got to get a kill, you got to brawl. You're kind of happy with that still. The Arenado takes out half of your enemy brawler's health bar, so, you know, good things are going Wallaby's way.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, sometimes, like you said, you got to die for the cause. A point's a point, and at the end of the day, the day ends. So here, Twee getting a second barrier. Looking phenomenal right here. Doxy close to a flip, able to get it off that orb, but you're gonna have to see if it will amount to anything. As Bertram here on this Dubu has just been holding these two barriers eternally. Nothing is getting through this guy, and I think it's a bit of a symptom of HMG and how far they play back. See, they trying to get in, but the ball goes through the portal, and there, Wallaby able to tap it in right past Tragic. 3-0 in this first set, taking us to draft right away. A very different story than what we saw in the past game.
Yeah, and that's a free Monumentalist for Era, although that would mean that Zentaro could get Explosive Entrance or Ad Rush. There's a deny angle there potentially, but it is we're going to see how this goes. It's going to be the Explosive Entrance pickup on Zentaro, but that means it's going to be Ad Rush going to Juliet, and that is a terrifying Wallaby Gangsta. And Era actually just opting for the prime time there for more Bewitching Beams. I don't think that's a horrible idea. The Dubu Monumentalist, I remember it being fairly fake a long time ago, but also it is nice to have some core speed on that log and on the walls. We've seen a couple of kills on it as well, so maybe Bertram is a knower on that one, especially with the extra special. So gonna see how that pans out, but definitely unorthodox to go with that instead of the Monumentalist Era.
Yeah, definitely. But nothing. I'm looking at nothing in this draft more than Adrenaline Rush being picked up by Wallaby. That the name of the game for HMG is don't get dash punched. And, you know, again, a lot of damage, a lot of dash punches came out in that first set for Wallaby is going to be... that's just like a complete win condition, because there we are, looking to deny the orb from Wallaby. Zay gets punished, knocked off the field, Adrenaline Rush proc, and now this guy's moving a mile a minute, looking to get one barrier. Looking to get two in this power play. The Adrenaline Rush proc fades away. Still looking low, almost gets knocked out, but now HMG is just in such a difficult situation as compared to where they were before.
Yeah, really nice dodge from Wallaby as well. The strike shot comes out, but it's countered by a Slime. General Twee trying to pass up to Tragic. Actually gets it around. I was thinking was not trying to pass to Tragic, but did kind of. Bertram as well, not having to use the core flip there, was able to get up there in time to strike that one. Wallaby down the bottom here, very staggered. The somersault into Soren angle almost was really nice from Bertram there to get the defense. The Oni's blade countered by a core flip. That is a kill onto the Juliet. It's a power play here for HMG. They're trying to get things done, but it's not quite enough just yet. The power play stalls out. Bertram actually kind of countered by the Arenado there, but it does buy a lot of time, and Julie's back on the field now. Zay Forever with the core flip is actually going to whiff that dash, but Tragic, oh, the defense from Bertram was insane there against the odds, I will say it. But in the end, the Oni's Blade from Zay is going to secure that one. But what a hold before that. Bertram with the strike shot counter on the core flip from the portal was just amazing.
Yeah, that is exactly what you come to expect from a player like Bertram. Immaculately done. Able to stop out 2 core flips all by himself with his own, and just, beautiful. But a flip coming out from Doxy, shutting down Wallaby right here. And it seems like HMG has an idea of how they want to win this game, and it's KO Wallaby. We've got the era that Twee is piloting, and that's going to try and funnel everything through Wallaby, who kind of has to be this one-man army. Meanwhile, Bertram sits back, defends, all is said and good, but without Wallaby, they have so little offense. They have virtually none. What's the era going to do? So I really like that game plan. It's going to be difficult to execute. It might take a few sets to get online, but they're doing well so far, so can't argue with that. Wallaby's game just got a whole lot harder.
Yeah, a lot harder, but the other thing as well is you can just kill the opponents. That's one way to do it. Into the core flip, into the barrier, into the infinite speed there on Wallaby. Just a really nice segment there. But unfortunately, losing a barrier off the power play is unfortunate. General Twee with the pass up to Wallaby. The dash punch isn't actually enough to get it. Bertram holding on to this flip. I'd almost like to see it used just to accelerate the play a little bit, but is holding on to that defensively. And he has been holding defensively pretty well, so I'm not going to give him too much flack for it. But we see General Twee with the Butching Beam trying to get it forward. Zay Forever with the core flip on the Centauro. Not going to be able to invest it just yet to get anything. The Oni's Blade a little bit too ambitious there, going right on the goalie, but the log was really nice to keep it away from that entire area. The Tofu Fortress comes out, blocks off the top side. Wallaby cannot get the intercept there. General Twee trying to help on the defense here as well. Is able to get the clear there, and it goes all the way over. The little stun on Wallaby just to make sure that Tragic can't do anything. But really nicely done from the side of ADR there.
Yeah, very well played, especially like you mentioned, the stun right there. Just covering all options. If Tragic, even if he could make it there, we're not letting it. We're not going to find out. Why bother trying to stop that? And Tragic actually taken down by a stray NATO. Unfortunate there. Going to be taking a little trip as his forwards are left to defend. And Zay with the flip, able to get it out, going through the portal, almost taking it a barrier, but Bertram there, able to save it. Getting active on the midline, and there are so many flips for ADR here. Well, one fewer, but Wallaby close to his, and then, of course, Bertram with his immaculate flip aura is so intimidating. You have to get through this guy. Eventually, to get the barriers, to get the goals, you have to get through this guy. And Wallaby not feeling the same about Tragic as he's able to flip, strike it through, and then follow up with the Fiery Flurry, covering, again, every option. We are not going to try and skill check Tragic, see can he do it? We are making sure that this core is going in the net, and I really appreciate that. That's going to be 2-1 for ADR here.
Yeah, Julie does go down there, which is, again, you were talking about, it's a bit of a win condition here for HMG. They're trying to get things done. Tragic playing very far up as well, but they just can't seem to get through Bertram very easily. They get one barrier, but they invested so much for that, and that was a power play, so keeping one barrier alive is still pretty amazing for that. But this barrier on the other side as well, even with the Flurry and the Aranado invested, only gets one barrier out of all of that. Oni's Blade as well coming out there with passive, countered by a log. Bertram has really been good on these logs. Tofu Fortress as well, so hard to get through. Zay Forever looking a little low as well, but so is General Twee there. Butching Beam comes out as well. The dash punch onto the core, trying to get it back into this bottom corner that we've seen so much success on the offense from ADR, and Zay Forever with the mix-up, but the somersault gets it, and Bertram is just unstoppable on this. Has to core flip away the slimes. That is finally the core flip down on Bertram, but it took so long that by the time he's forced into that kind of situation again, he might have the core flip anyways, so really well done, but it's now a bit of a timer here for the side of HMG, and they are making use of it. Great red core slimes there from the Doxy, putting in the work, but the kill flip from Wallaby is going to start another power play here for ADR. Gets the barrier as well. That is an open goal on both sides. The air nade comes out. The core flip is really nice from Doxy. Good patience to wait out the dash punch as well. Bertram up the top there. The pass not intercepted by the strike shot. Nicely caught by Wallaby. Prevents from happening. Wody's blade is going to be dodged there from Wallaby. Witching beam caught by the barrier beam. And it's going to be General Twee with the flip, sending it through. And now, we've been talking about this Adrenaline Rush Wallaby gangsta here, but if there's some kind of kill, any kind of damage here, like a 1-2 punch, Julie is the last pick, but right now, Wallaby's been getting all these kills off of just pummelers with no damage awakenings at all.
Yeah, if HMG allows any of that through, a Super Surge, a 1-2 punch especially, even Might of Colossus, that will be very difficult. What I would really like is, yeah, 1-2 punch going to Doxy here. That's really nice. Super Surge, though, is up. That could be big. And yeah, Wallaby will be taking that. Stinger and Might of Colossus denied. I think Doxy taking Super Surge and Zay taking 1-2 punch would have been perfect. Because then, even if Wallaby picks up Stinger, that's fine, because he's not staggering people to KO. He's super surging. He is doing it with just the raw dash punch, and so I think this is a really difficult situation for HMG to be in right now. But though the goal has gone in, I want to highlight the team player on Tragic was really, really good that last set. Picked up and is just a great way to rotate the core away from the Juliet, who's a melee character. You shouldn't have very many opportunities to show up and try and catch these out clears. And now with the 1-2 punch as well, is very, very much the same story. More core speed to get it away from the Juliet. Problem is, she keeps finding these dash punch KOs. Again, HMG just has to just steer clear of the walls. The core can be there. It doesn't matter, because the moment that you get dash punch, you know, it's looking pretty over. They were able to defend like their lives depended on it, because at this point they do. You know, kept both barriers, but still, just HMG is in such a precarious spot. ADR has all the tempo, all the momentum, everything they need. 2 flips to get 2 barriers. Like, it's terrifying.
But there we go. Wallaby is dead and off the field. Twee also a little bit low, but doesn't matter. The Witching Beam is able to get it through, and now ADR 1 point away. I didn't even realize that we are indeed in that third set of Game 3, so if they get 1 more point, a few more dash punches. And one of the other things I want to highlight, Bertram has been playing so far forward and then using this extra special Strike Shot Monumentalist missile prop build to just send a giant Tofu Fortress into the wall and lock the core in the corner time after time, making sure that HMG just has to invest all of their abilities for a few seconds just to prevent their barriers from falling. And then there's nothing left, so Wallaby can get all of these confirms.
Yeah, just great synergy there. Bertram has such an offensive threat when he walks up. And yeah, just free reign for Wallaby to just eat everything that Bertram leaves behind. He's kind of eating a lot of damage in this corner. You know, HMG piloting the Zentaro in the corner and the Asher and all these characters exactly as they wanted, but they can't get this barrier. They honestly, burn flip from Bertram, are looking to KO him at this point, because what better way to get through than to not have that guy there anymore. They call that one the Bartoad strat, and Bertram able to heal back up. Is left pretty unaffected, but that's the barrier open. This could be it. This could be the final point of the game if ADR is able to get their offense together. HMG has to make something happen now.
That they do. It's going to start really nicely, opening up the goal, and the Tofu Fortress a bit of a whiff that time. The dash punch also fails. Wallaby has the flip, but it has to get to him first. If you can just score this goal, that puts a reset, gives you a lot more time. There are a lot of red cores. We, of course, do have a lot of opportunities here, but it's going to be Wallaby with the strike shot from downtown, and you just cannot cover the entire goal. Really nicely played by ADR, making Game 2 seem even, and Game 1 seem even almost like a fluke with how close they were. Dominating fashion in Game 3 from Atlas's diversified resume. Not to say that it was not well played by Heavy Metal Gundam, but in the end, the decisiveness of this victory speaks for itself.
Yeah, Twee awarded with MVP, and on 185 redirects, we can really see he was everywhere at once, able to support Wallaby so well. And 8 KOs. 8 KOs is the other half of the story. Wallaby, especially with that early Adren rush, was just able to capitalize so much on these dash punches, able to take people out and force not only great power plays, but adrenaline rush fueled power plays, which really, especially with the extra special, just had to have been a nightmare for HMG to deal with. So really well played to both teams. Just incredibly difficult game. ADR, absolutely one of the favorites across NASA in general. You know, made it to the very last stage of landing. Not quite to Nassau, but is one of the teams favored to win the whole thing. So well played to them. I believe they are now 3-0 in the standings. And that's another big win under their belt.
Yeah, but, you know, to say that, HMG had a phenomenal performance against ADR, taking them to Game 3, playing so many solid points. It's one of those things, it looks dominating, and it was dominating, but at the same time, that can be one mistake in the character map draft, one mistake in the Awakening draft, where you end up with Wallaby enabled on this Gates of Obscura Juliet with Ad Rush, Pummelers, Extra Special, able to just do insane things. So, really well played for HMG. I do not want to discount those previous games, and I'm looking forward to what they have in the rest of the season, but I think that's about all for tonight, unless you have any last words over there, Yoshi.
Nope, I'm right there with you. I agree 100%. But that'll be match 4 of NASA coming to a close. We are revving up for Flying Blobos versus Polar Cortex next to end off the NASA segment of this stream. It'll be with different casters. You're finally, I'm done. I'm not going to be on NASA anymore. We flushed that out. Hey, had a great time, but can only last so long. But stay tuned for that. That should be coming up right now. You know, I have to wait for like the weekend to watch this. You'll be watching that right now, so don't go anywhere. And hey, bye.
See y'all.